Hey. Yep. Hey. Oh. Wait. Okay. Are you talking?
Hello, 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 hello. Welcome, ladies. Hey, Decop.
Hey, how you doing?
Hey, B Town. Yes, I was talking and forgot to take you guys off mute. I would like to address the chat and I would like to say, hey, Love Blake, Nadia, Jeremy, the world. And did I say Love Blake? I think I said Love Blake. Thank you for joining
You
us.
said,
Nadia, if you wish, you can come up, being that it's only three of us if you want to come up. Um, okay. It says that B Town got kicked out, but I'm not showing her being kicked out up on my board.
I know it's her pictures. Are you in there, B? I think she said yeah.
Oh, okay. All right. Yes. All right. So, the subject today is going to be about the famine. Everybody's talking about the craziness that is going on, but nobody's talking about really too much about the solution that could take place in your home to help you get through this crazy disease and famine. Uh, so that's what I'm going to address. I started on my channel where I made rice milk, and some of us like it, and some of us don't like it. I've been drinking it all day today. It lasts up to 5 days. My great grandson loves it. He thinks it's regular milk. Although he tells me, he says, Gigi, I'm not supposed to have milk. I'm not supposed to have milk. And he's not. He's not supposed to have cow milk. But I told him he could drink this rice milk and to taste it. He tasted it and he was like, mmm. So usually when it passes a kid's taste buds, it's not too bad. All right. So like I said, everybody's talking about this Rona, but nobody's talking about how there's a solution to it. And a lot of people I've been noticing have been saying that this Rona doesn't affect black people. I want to let you know that, no pun intended to anyone that said the statement, that's not true. That's foolish talking. Anytime when there's a famine, it affects everyone. Some of it affects us a little late because it depends on your money situation. But sometimes, like when my mother used to say, when there was a depression, it didn't matter how much money you had, it affected everyone. So it'll affect businesses, Whereas if people are being laid off and they're not working, that means they can't spend their money on certain things. Some of them may lose their homes because if they're not working, that means they can't pay the rent. They could fall behind in their mortgage. So this famine that is taking place is going to affect everyone, even those who have businesses. And like I said, those who have businesses, after a while, they can't afford to pay their workers. And if they can't afford to pay their workers, they're going to get laid off. And then there goes the unemployment rate going sky up. The market had already dropped. Wall Street is in a panic. So when Wall Street goes into a panic, that means it's affecting everything. If the ships can't come in and drop off with the loading up on the loading dock, then that means the trucks are not able to pick up the product. The trucks are there, but if they don't have product to pick up, then that's an issue too. So it affects everyone, not only with your health, but your finances as well. So I ask people to, try to look at videos where they say where the poop hit the fan, but instead of poop, they're using the S word. Those are preppers. Now, preppers have been prepping for this for a long time. That's all they do is prep. And a lot of them are homesteaders. Homesteaders grow their own food. They have their own animals, and they may have a little challenge in getting feed for their animals, but overall, they can handle themselves. And there's way to overcome the food famine. The food issue does not have to be. It goes crazy when people go in the supermarket and act a donkey, as Shay would say. They go in and up and they buy
Mhm.
everything. They start the hoarding. That's when the famine comes because everyone is hoarding. If you're not hoarding, then everybody will have their share. It's only a famine when there's none on the shelves because everybody done doubled and tripled and quadrupled. I don't know if you saw this man, him and his brother have brought all the wipes and all that kind of stuff. His garage was filled because he thought he was going to sell it on Amazon and eBay. Well, guess what? The law says that he can't now because he was greedy and he did what he did. Not only did Amazon restrict him and eBay restrict him from selling on their platform, the law got involved and told him that he better not be caught selling not one item. So he's stuck with all those thousands of dollars of items because he was being greedy. I saw also,
Drop,
pardon me?
drop, drop the link for NYW and FIFA.
Sure.
Thank you,
There
thank
it
you.
is. There it is. Thank you. Thank you for letting me. I didn't see that decop.
Hmm.
There was a man that
Hmm.
brought 4 shopping carts of milk, the gallons. Now, what was he going to do with all that milk? He was going to sell it to make a big profit and take advantage of it. So when I saw that, that's why I came up with the idea. Okay, guys, so you got dropped for whatever reason. Here's the link again, and for you to come back in. He was going to do, the gorging. So it's like there are ways to get beyond that. Now, the rice milk is one because you can get rice. There's certain things in my town. I seen the toilet paper, I seen the sugar, the bleach. I didn't see it in the gallons. I saw it in like the half a gallon and the little quart size one. There's water in my town. I went to the store. They had plenty of paper products. The store was fine. People weren't acting a fool in the store. It was peaceful. And this was yesterday. But there's no need to act like this. So if anyone has something to say before I go any further, I'm giving the floor to whomever wish to add on or have tips that they can give the listeners on how to get by this.
Good evening, everyone.
Hey there, honey. Go ahead, NYW.
Hi.
Hey, Wanda.
Hi, Deepak, Miss TR. I was just I'm glad I caught you. I
Thank
found out
you.
some interesting things, today.
Mhm.
Um, I don't want to tell too much about myself, but I'll just tell you my place of employment. They were like,
Hey,
don't move, don't
Hey,
go
Hunter.
nowhere,
Mhm.
don't do nothing, and we can't travel out of a 90-mile distance. But the thing is, nobody wants to really travel unless you absolutely have to. But where I live, they're just losing their mind. Just, I mean, I'm just adding a caveat to that, and you're very fortunate that you have the availability to get, essential products, about toilet tissue, whatever you need. But my concern is for the elderly, because my
Mhm.
mom, she's very independent. She just said,
Mhm.
I'm out.
hey.
And she moved across the country in her retirement years, So now she's in a state by herself, but, we want to go and make sure she's okay.
Right.
And they've locked down pretty much the area she's in, but, also they're making it difficult for others. And then crime, I don't know if anybody noticed, but people are getting desperate. They are
Right.
getting
Yeah.
desperate.
Hey, Loren.
So my concern is for my mom. My sister is supposed to be heading out there,
And where's your
and
mom? What state?
well, she's in Washington State. She lives in Seattle.
Oh, okay.
Mm.
So,
It's
hey,
getting crazy
Jen.
out there.
I'm sorry, say again.
You said it's getting really crazy out there?
Well, they had got some cases before everybody else,
No.
and she's very independent. And Seattle already had a tendency for high crime, believe it or not, Seattle. Okay.
Right, right.
Mhm.
And
Oh my.
and I
Oh,
know, right?
oh Lord.
So they, just not to go off subject, but they already had a meth epidemic. I mean, people just kind of like just already knocking people over the head and doing stupid stuff. And the famous fish market is a high tourist area. But people used to come to Seattle thinking it was all chill, and no, be just on the opioid epidemic itself. So
Mhm.
now you have that going, and people scared, and she has to go out and go shop for herself, because as Miss TR said, there is a lot of people who are hoarding and losing their mind. And I've
Mhm.
noticed in the news they're starting to have senior day shopping because of stupid people,
Mhm. Mhm.
Wow.
you know hey, Shay. I know. Don't give me the laughing. I'm trying to
Please,
be
I'm
serious,
not like, look,
Shay.
I'm ready to laugh. Please
Ah.
cancel my
Well,
bridges.
with the certain needs that we have, that we desperately need. Let me turn this down. I'm a little bit loud in my ear. Um, there's ways to get over that. The elderly know because during their time they learned from their grandmother and their mom how to get over. What supplies you're supposed to always have in case there's emergency.
Mm-hmm.
Always,
Yep.
because it doesn't, it could be that we had too much rain that year and the rivers are overflowing.
Mhm.
So a lot of things there's water damage, there's stuff going on. It could be not enough water. It could have been like California where they have the fires and it's destroying and it puts you in a famine. But what causes the famine is that people get crazy and they start hoarding.
Mhm.
But if everybody just did what they're supposed to do, if you want to take maybe one or two extra, that's fine. But we're not talking about buying the whole shelf and stopping other people from having. So
Mm-hmm.
that's why. And then the stores didn't put out a limit until it was too late.
I agree. I agree. It's funny that you say about hard times, because my mom, she was born like literally, she's senior, so she was born like 1941. But
So she went through
her
it with her grandma. Then her grandma
exact
would
you
tell her how to get over.
yes, you
They
know where I'm going,
Yes,
because
they talk about that. When you sit down with a super seasoned senior. I'm not talking about someone of my age. I mean someone that's really a up there a senior, they could tell you how to get over
Mm-hmm.
and to
Mm-hmm.
protect what's
Mm-hmm.
yours.
Yeah.
Especially when they were
Yeah.
poor during those days. A lot of the kids grew up and never knew they were poor because they always had, because they
Exactly.
knew how to
Right.
survive.
Ain't
And
that
during
the
segregation time, you had to learn how to survive because the oppressors stopped you.
Mhm.
They really didn't allow you to really succeed in too much of anything. So you learned how to survive. So my mother,
Mhm.
when I was younger, she says, you always have certain things in the house. You always have powder milk. You always have oatmeal. And then back then they didn't have the instant oatmeal.
Mm-hmm.
It was the old fashioned oatmeal. You always
Right.
had
Right.
grits. You always had the
Mm-hmm.
diamond headed cornmeal. You
Yep.
always keep bread in the house. If you don't have bread, you always have the flour because you learn how to make your own bread. And believe me,
Preach.
making your own bread is only three
Mhm.
ingredients. And you can have homemade bread and it's not full of preservatives. Three ingredients. That's
That's what a
flour,
lot of women know how
yeast,
to cook
and
too.
water. Flour, yeast, and water. That's all you need. And you could
Yeah.
fry it, you could boil the bread, or you could bake it. It doesn't matter. You could do the bread.
Mm-hmm.
You
I
could do,
agree.
yeah, you could do flatbread, which is nothing but flour and water,
Mhm.
and fry it.
Yeah.
Flatbread. So there are ways, and they taught us. All right, you had your bread, you had your onions. For whatever reason, you always had to have your onions and salt and pepper for
Mhm.
seasoning. You had to have
Mm-hmm.
potatoes in the house. We had the oatmeal, the farina,
Oh,
the
goodness,
cereals
yeah.
like that. Yeah, you always had that. You always had eggs in the house. 'Cause these are the things that you can
Mhm.
have. Even eggs, you don't have to refrigerate. They could be kept at room temperature. They don't go bad until it drops underneath a certain temperature. Because fresh eggs from the farm, them hens be sitting it on for a good minute. They have a
Mm.
protected coating. It's not like that. You don't have to refrigerate
Wow.
eggs. You don't. And if you ever
Yeah.
see a homesteader, they always have their eggs on the counter. You never
Mhm.
see them pull out eggs, and you always see them in a basket on a counter.
Right.
You never see them put it in the refrigerator. Never.
I
But
agree.
yeah, so your kids want milk, go on my channel and see the recipe. All it took was water and rice and some flavoring if you want. I put a little bit of vanilla flavor in it with a little bit of sugar. My grandson thought he was drinking a milkshake. And
Mm-hmm.
you water it down the way because it comes really thick. You have to use a blender, guys. You can't just mush it, whip it together, put it in because then it's like mushed oatmeal. And rice has no flavor. Rice is like tofu. It blends into whatever the flavor of that's in there. If you have rice, it'll blend in. If it's with gravy, you need rice to flavor. With rice, you need something to flavor it. So you just strain it. And if you look at my video, you'll see how I did it. My milk, I did it what? Monday, here it is Wednesday. It's almost gone. And that little bit I made, the what left over that I have, I put it in a plastic bag, Ziploc bag, and stuck it in the freezer. So when I'm done with this, I can take it out of the freezer, let it thaw out, and do the process all over again. So nothing gets wasted. Also with the rice. Nothing gets wasted. You could use it in your bread. You could use it for baking. You could use it for rinse for your hair. You could use it for your skin. You could put it in your soap. You could do whatever. Nothing goes to waste because during the hard times of depression, nothing went to waste. They used the grease until they couldn't use it. If they fried it with
Mhm.
chicken, they fried it with everything else until they couldn't use it no more. A lot of us don't eat pork. Well, honey, when there's a famine, you eat what you got to eat.
You better say it.
Mm-hmm.
And like
I
Naya
agree.
said,
Dingleberry.
either
Dear
dingleberries,
Dingleberry.
dear dingleberries, or this. I'll be like, I'm not eating pork. Let there be a famine and your stomach is touching the back of your neck
Right.
and see what you would do.
You
You
said
know,
touching the back of your neck.
yeah, your stomach would be not the back, the back of your neck is letting you know that because when you're hungry, everything starts to hurt. Your stomach hurts, you fill up with gas, you're uncomfortable, everything. And if people are willing
The
to act
Dingleberry
crazy,
thing.
if people are willing to act crazy and hurt other people for their food, why wouldn't you eat pork and not hurt anyone?
Right.
So, you stock up on your rice, you stock up on your dry beans, not canned, dry. Dry beans don't last forever. They have a shelf life because according to the FDA, they have to have a date. But beans last forever. Rice lasts forever. It doesn't go if you keep it in a place where it's not moist, where it doesn't get wet or whatever, that rice will last forever. And you don't have to have your meat. The protein comes from your beans. Beans and rice, honey, you have some onions and some seasoning, and if that's all you eat, your kids will eat that with some flatbread and good. It's ways to survive. You don't have to have meat. Yeah, yeah, the dingleberries. I know nobody trying to eat no dingleberries, no deer dingleberries,
Nobody ain't trying to eat
no deer dingleberries. But honey,
dingleberries for Sam. Dingleberries for
or
him.
yeah,
We're gonna do
dingleberries
pork.
or
We're gonna do
bananasaurus.
Vienna sausages.
Yeah,
We're doing everything. We're doing canned goods, everything.
yeah, like Asians, you know what they use? They use eggs and rice mixed together, scrambled egg and eggs. That's a common meal for them. There are
No, we
ways
do
to
that too,
get.
though. Scrambled eggs and rice.
Yes, they do. That's common for the Philippine people and Asian.
It's common for Latinos too.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So, and if you're able to grow your food, grow your food. But if you're not, you're gonna have to go and try to do
Oh
what grandma
wow.
and great grandma did. You're gonna have to
Well,
try to.
Miss PR, you every now and again check your backstage. Every now and again, because Fifi said decop, I was backstage 2 times.
Who said that? Decop?
Fifi. She's saying she's talking to decop. She said I was
Oh
backstage.
yeah, she is backstage.
I clicked on her, and then she came up, and then she went out. We got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 people up. She has to. I clicked on her several times already. Something's not going right with
I'm
her.
sorry, Fifi, I didn't see you back there.
I can't see anything.
Try it again.
In order for her to say that she's
I see
backstage,
she's back.
for her to get in the chat,
She's backstage.
I don't. All right, she's backstage.
Yeah.
Well, how do you go and get her out of backstage?
You see her picture?
No, her picture's not up on here.
Fifi, are you
Okay, there it is. This might be it. Is that it?
There she is.
Go. Yeah, because it wasn't. There you go. I didn't see your picture, and I'm looking right at my screen. Hi, Fifi.
Hi, how y'all doing?
Good,
Fine,
good,
thank
good.
you.
So getting back to what I was saying, that you need to find out what grandma did. And and being that a lot of us are young grandmas, ask them what their mother and their grandma did during those times. What did they practice? See, there's a lot of young grandmas today, so they don't know what it is to make it through this point. But I know I consider myself a young grandma, rather, and even a great grandma. I knew because with me being the oldest in the house, I had to learn to cook, and I learned how to cook like there was a famine in the house. I learned how to be creative. That's why I know how to do these things.
I agree, Miss TR. I come from. I'm sorry.
The world said, I gotta go because he got Fifi and Miss TR on the panel. He said, I gotta go.
Yeah. That goes to show you the world.
Yesterday.
What did he say to me today? See, now that he got us both, just like a man, they got us both up.
Right.
He's like,
I gotta go. Right there.
Yeah. That's okay because the
He said, Miss TR in the room. He said, Fifi, he said, I want to take you out for some drinks. The next day he said, Miss TR, I didn't mean any of it. I said, then he sees running. He got a wedding ring. He got a man running emoji and a wedding ring behind it. Or no, that's a cloud. That's a cloud.
That's all right, Dewar. That's all right. You know, the papers are will be in the mail. Don't worry about it. The papers will be in the mail.
Like a
It's
typical
okay.
man.
Then you know, yeah, because he was what? What was he doing? Pleading to me a few hours ago, right?
He said, "Is Miss Tiara in here? She not in here?" He
Pleading.
said,
I'm sorry. Pleading, singing. She had to stop, so she said, "No, you're fine." Like my don't be a copy. Like my live copy read it.
Jeremy said, "Take care."
Yeah. Yeah. That's okay. That's okay. Yeah, that's okay.
I'm over
That's
here
quite
drinking
all right.
black coffee.
So, but yeah, we like NYW, a lot of us are young grandmas. So the young grandmas don't know about the history of our ancestors to know how to survive. So I'm willing to share my knowledge to let like you don't have to act like you're in a famine. Do this to supply for your household. Share the video that I'm telling you how to do it. And another thing you not to do, don't tell everybody what you got.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness, Miss TR.
Don't
I
tell
hear people
everybody what you got.
talking
That's
Oh,
it.
about.
yeah.
Oh my
Mm-hmm.
gosh. I said, do not
Yeah,
anybody know code. Do not tell people what's in your house. My neighbors be
right,
talking.
right.
And I be looking at them because you hear them. It's like they want everybody to know what's going on. And I'm like, and I told my son, I said, don't say we have a barbecue chicken, because or don't say this. I said, don't say a damn thing. I said, whisper it in my ear. Don't, because they already talking about, I got some ramen and a bag of beans. I was like, no. And it's just, you have to be aware of your surroundings. It may seem lighthearted now,
You have to
but
use wisdom. You have to use
yes.
wisdom.
I was like, these
And
people
it's like,
crazy.
don't tell what you got.
Thank
Now,
you.
if you want to share your hookup to tell someone where they could get it, legally.
Right.
Well, I
Mhm.
did have the hookup,
Mhm.
but they no longer have it anymore. Sam's Club is the best.
Well, my
You were
daughter,
saying that. You know
I
this.
heard her on the phone, and officers be looking out for one another.
Right, Shay? She said, "Don't say we have barbecue."
Officers be looking out for one another. So I'm telling you, praise God that we ain't gonna go without. But a lot of times we're not gonna go without because I know the tricks of survival.
Yes. And you were saying that. I'll go back to my mom grew up under people who grew up in a depression and
Right.
survived the depression. So Ashley, that pushed down to her. She pushed down to us because we're a
Right.
family of 8. And
Mhm.
then, that's just money or not. It's a lot of food you got to stretch. And
Mhm.
then she taught us a lot of things. And so I was cooking by the time I was 10. So it was
Mhm.
just like kept, as we got to a certain age, everybody was cooking. So you learned how to. It's not to say, oh, we know, but no, it was just a
It
normal
was
thing for us,
it was taught to us at a
Especially if you
younger
have a big
age.
family.
Yeah, when my grandmother had 9 kids.
Yeah.
So it was taught as a family how to take maybe a bag of rice
Mm-hmm.
and some beans.
And stretch it 6 different ways.
That's
Yep.
right, and fry some fat back or whatever,
Mhm.
and ain't nobody looking like they missing a meal.
Mhm.
Right.
You
If
know,
anything,
so
we had too many.
you know, honey, what I got on me is a long ways before it looks like I'm suffering from a famine. I
Oh,
could
God.
survive it, okay?
Oh,
But
Lord.
yeah, just use wisdom in what you get.
What happened to
If you
Fifi? She keeps dropping out.
Well, she's not in the back, so she's not coming up. Every time somebody comes up, like with
She's
B Town, she kept dropping off.
in the
Every time
chat
she came
now.
back, I kept clicking it. So when she comes back, I'll click her in. That's the only thing I could do because right now, and unless she shows up, I can't see her. Okay, let's see if I could do it again. There you go.
Yeah, it's thundering and lightning. I don't know if that has anything to do with it.
And isn't that something? Everybody's having this storm, but in the east, over here in the northeast, we don't have it. We don't have no storm happening. We haven't
Uh-huh.
had rain in what? Over a week.
Yeah, it's been about
Oh,
a
it's
week.
been raining all day. I mean,
Mm-hmm.
all.
And it's okay to be in the house. Get certain things done. Hang out. One thing your cable, as long as they're not, you know, sending off and sounding off the siren, you good. You know how they have the siren going,
Yeah.
and for you to tune in on their broadcast or whatever, you're good. You're good.
Yeah.
All you have to do is look out for yourself, and if you have, you know, an elderly person that can't get out, you help them, and just, you know, just go on YouTube, go on my channel, Miss TR. Start seeing what I have out there, because I'm willing to share whatever I got of knowledge. And that's
Oh,
something that
that.
my channel was going to be all about anyway. Oh, yeah. Shay, record the rain and use it as
Turn
a
off the
AMSR.
light.
But yeah, you just have to learn how. If you got a crock pot, that's even better, honey.
Yes.
You got a
Yes, you're
crock.
Yeah,
right.
crock pot. I
Some
have
fresh
two. I love
cooker.
crock pots.
I know you got crock pots, Nadia, because the fact
Yeah,
that you just soaping has
I have
crock pot.
four actually. Yeah, yep.
But you know, use your crock pot. Your crock pot could make you, oh my God, how much food it can make you. One pot meals. One pot meals usually last, what, 2 days? We don't have a water shortage. Fill up your jugs with water, the milk jugs or whatever. Keep the cap off for a couple hours and then lay and keep it in the tub and then tap it and you have your water, because all the chlorine will vaporize out of it. However, what could be a challenging is your gas. Because if the truck can't get to if there's no oil or gas coming in, then that means there'll be a problem at the gas station.
You gonna be home. That's
So,
true.
so you have to use wisdom on your gas. You don't need to be party popping and doing this. Only go to work with it. Use wisdom with your gas. Fill up your tank and let that be it. You know, and see what happens. You know, and just go with the flow. Go with the flow. And this is not the first time this stuff has happened. When former President Obama came in, I think it was the swine flu. You know, they'll get a handle on it. But in the meantime, you don't have to be acting stupid. You don't have to be acting like a donkey. You don't have to buy all the paper products that is on the shelf. Just take what you need and maybe two extras. But the famine is because we brought it on ourselves by hoarding. The hoarding caused the famine. That's what caused the famine, is the hoarding. Because if we all took a good amount of share just to survive, when the loading docks are coming in with the paper products, they're not coming in. They're not selling that fast. All I'm telling you, the famine is from people being greedy. Greedy financially and everything else. They'll buy up, you know, all this, and then for a pack of toilet paper up to $80, you got to
No,
be out of
ma'am.
your mind.
Oh, that's ridiculous.
You can get a package of 20 for $19.99, you know, at Sam's Club or Costco. So if you bought maybe 3 packs of the 20, all right, you spend $60. That's not going overboard. But you're not paying $60 for one. It's the greed and the fear, you know. So, well, what are you talking about? I mean, 5 or 6. Let's see, Shay, you know you.
He's so shady.
Oh, he is so shady. You are being so shady.
Are they offering Miss TR? I noticed in your video you had your grandson. He is so cute though.
Thank
And he
you.
had gotten, you're welcome. He got in trouble, you
Yeah,
know.
with school.
And
Yeah, he was devastated that he had to come and tell me. I'm like, this boy never fails to try to get into my lives. You notice he puts his head in there grinning because he wants to talk to you guys. And I'm like, oh God, oh God, oh
he's so
God.
cute. But I wanted to reference because he's school age, because
You need to be in time out in a corner somewhere in the world.
he's funny.
He said I went to the store early and it was all out of producing.
Oh my goodness.
Okay. I went out for a minute because my volume went
Sarah,
down.
Shay,
Oh
how
my
you
I went to
doing?
goodness.
somebody's home.
Are they offering Miss TR like breakfast and lunch takeaways at his school, or they completely shut down his school?
Well, as of yesterday, Tuesday, Monday was the last day.
Yeah.
Yeah, Monday was the last day of school. My town is completely had all the schools have shut down. I went out for a short period of time yesterday. The streets were like you didn't see really anybody in the street because everybody's fearful of someone looking at them and getting the virus. And it's like if you just practice what you should have been practicing for life, period, it would have cut down. This is
I
flu
agree.
season. Everybody gets the flu. Everybody gets the flu. And a lot of times people get the flu because of somebody not practicing good etiquette,
Right.
hygiene etiquette. And that's where
Mhm.
the germs come from, and you end up getting it. I'm hearing feedback with someone. So, yeah, the world's behave yourself. Come on now. And a nice hot bath. What are you talking about, Love Blake? Because I don't do baths. I'm skeevy about dirt being up on me in the tub. I do showers. I always do showers, but yeah, because I'm claustrophobic, and I get in that tub and I start thinking that other people been in the shower. Although I bleach it, my mind just I get anxiety in the tub. So anyway, yeah, they carrying on in my chat, and it has nothing to do with the subject at hand. So anyway, going back to what I was saying, a lot of this stuff is happening because of people not practicing great etiquette as far as hygiene, washing your hands. It's hard to keep your hands away from your face. Look what I just did. I'm doing this. It's hard to remember to keep your hands away from your face. But and then you have your keyboard, and then you go to restaurants. I don't know about you guys, but my daughter went to Walmart, and it's a 24-hour Walmart, and they're not open past 10 now. A lot of restaurants are not doing walk-ins. You can only do window drive-through. Like the
I feel
germ,
like
like the germ can't come through the window, but
exactly. But then
Mhm.
I feel like they're going to keep some people alive, because I mean, in New York alone, a lot of people are depending on, the takeaways to eat. And I was like, I don't know. I mean, what if they have it in the kitchen? I mean, it's sometime
Mhm.
right.
undetected. So I don't know. It's a catch-22 with the restaurant, even the takeaways. And
Yeah.
I don't know.
So it's just that we have to practice good hygiene with our bodies, and with our and clean our food properly.
Mhm.
Just clean your food properly. Everything got to be cleaned. Go. I seen plenty of vinegar on the shelves, white
I
vinegar.
know. That stuff
Get
is so good. People
Yeah,
don't
it really
know,
is.
Miss
Yep.
take
TR.
that vinegar and put
No,
it in some.
sanitize.
Yeah, you can sanitize with that. You could take the vinegar and put it in some water and dip your
Mhm.
meat in it to clean your meat, your vegetables, just so much, and then just rinse it with the water. There's so much that you could do to cut
Mhm.
down the issue. And how the coronavirus came about was because of China having poor habits with their livestock.
I'm
Mm.
just saying.
That had a lot to do with their livestock.
Don't get me started, Miss TR.
Livestock, and they don't have strict rules. And then they sit there and they sell their meat and they kill it right then and there it's like a whole like open market. they were eating bats, and bats are, they contaminate a lot of things. And they said they found a bat that had the virus, and a person touches it, and when you touch stuff, it goes into your skin, and it goes into your blood system.
Did you
So
Everything.
what? I'm sorry, go on ahead.
I was
I'm
gonna say,
sorry.
did you guys hear about the bat lady from China? The lady, she's in China, she's a scientist. She's been researching bats for years, and she said she warned them about the corona with the bats, this strand.
Yes,
Corona
yes,
has
yes.
been around. Corona has always been around, but there's different strands.
Right.
Just
She
like
did warn them.
HIV, there's
Yep,
different
she did.
strands.
She did.
And
It's
so,
definitely coming from bats, and they found out what market. They were able to boil it down to what market it was, and it was
mhm,
one of those open markets that you could just walk the strip and buy any type of live animal. You don't know if it's sick,
mhm,
livestock, or whatever. They
mhm.
kill it for you right there. There's no sanitation.
Yeah.
There's
Thank
nothing,
you.
and
Thank you.
that's what it's all about.
So
That's
I
That
all.
was
was
They
I was
boiled it down to the market where it came from.
I was
Hey,
gonna say
Lauren.
that she pinpointed three more diseases that's viruses that's getting ready to come out really soon. And she said they're worse than corona. They're much worse. He had documented it, and they talk about it, and she soon from bats, and something with the rats, because how they eating the rats. And
Yeah, because they eat
said
the
this one is
bats eat
airborne.
rodents.
Yep, she said this one, the next one to come out is airborne, and really soon. They call, you have to look that up. She's not, her name is, they call her the Bat Lady, but she's a scientist, she's a doctor. But
Yeah, so like I said, yeah, and she said they were able to narrow it down to the strand. So they're
yeah,
going to be working on a cure for this. But
well,
every
thank
time
God.
there's a virus, it mutates itself, and it's
Yep.
like trying to get rid of roaches. Okay, after a while, Raid don't work
Mm-hmm.
anymore. You got to find something stronger than Raid, because they end up being
Mm-hmm.
super roaches and super bats, meaning that when they have their offspring, they're already
Right.
immune to this. So you have to step up your
Yeah.
game, and
Mm.
that's what happens. And roaches carry disease, rodents carry
Yep.
disease. That's why where I live at, everybody, and it may skeeve you out, but I'm no shame in my game. We all, every last bit of person, and Nadia could attest to this on the problems that we have with mice up here. We have field mice because of the area.
Oh yeah,
And so
you're close to the border of my,
we're always dealing with field mice.
yeah.
I wish there was enough
Well, Patterson
garden
is
space.
surrounded by water, and also
We get river rats too.
river rat. I was gonna say that, yeah.
And and it's not that they don't try to get a control on them, they do. And it has nothing to do with you being clean or dirty, because you know what? Mice will eat clothes to survive. They'll
Mm.
eat paper. They don't have to have food. They'll eat anything to survive.
You guys hear an echo?
I don't.
I don't hear it.
Oh, I hear somebody's TV or something in the background. That's what I hear. I don't hear a voice echo. Uh-oh, who just
Oh
dropped
no.
out? All right, when Beatdown
Fifi
comes back up,
dropped.
I'll beam her back in.
Okay.
Yeah. So, yeah, so, you know,
Those things
the,
you shouldn't be eating though. Like that's just crazy. When you see that they have food, and then China is big on moderation as far as meat. So I'm shocked that they go to far extremes for these delicatessens, these rats and roaches and all. That's crazy.
there's the difference between,
That's
we
crazy.
think it's crazy and nasty, but they eat this stuff live and raw. And anything live and raw, you're open to it's not cooked. See, when cooked, it basically kills the germ. But
Yeah.
they're eating this stuff raw. You see them
Mhm.
eat, like Nadia and I talked about the fact that certain countries they eat baby rodents live,
Mhm. Mhm.
and they're swallowing it and talking about and I'm like, oh my god, I
Ugh.
can't even watch it. I seen this one guy, Asian guy, he bit the head off of a rat and ate it. It wasn't cooked, the blood and everything, and it skeeved me out. I didn't know he was going to do that. And I was like, oh my God. And I turned it right off because it's like, this is what happened. And
Mhm.
if they're not practicing good hygiene of safety, whatever they touch, even down to their fecal waste, if it's not taken care of and properly, it will contaminate everything that comes around it.
I have to agree, Miss TR. There's actually a cycle going on with them, and what people fail to realize with China, as advanced as we think they are, about just about into like between 2009 10, they started actually building an infrastructure for hygiene, like
Mhm.
seriously building sewers and everything like that. So put
Mhm.
that on the table. Let's
Mhm.
build a plate, okay? So they already did not have certain hygiene. So when we think about that, you're still throwing like, the dishwater, the piss, and with
Mhm.
everything out the window,
Yeah.
type of thing. Think about medieval times, but yes and no. It's the same way.
Yeah,
But
And
that's what
that,
they did in
so
evil times. And during evil times, they had
yeah,
a lot of diseases too.
they did. And I wanted to bring that up because literally the bubonic plague came from them. Okay.
Right,
Just throwing that
right.
out in there.
Yeah.
So,
The Europeans did that. Yep.
the Europeans went over during the Crusade times and
mm,
caught that crap. And
Mm.
that's how it came back, well, along with the silk trade. That's where that came from.
mhm.
Because think about it, it took them months and months to, bring it back and forth. I mean, once it hit, it got
Mhm.
explosive. But think
And it
about
was
it, because
Yeah, and it
I'm
was
sorry.
killing the Indians and all that. They weren't used to for that type of sickness, and it was killing them. And they were like, "Oh my!" They were conquering, but not only were they conquering by dividing and conquering, they were bringing deadly illnesses because of their hygiene. And George Washington and places like that, you got to remember, they didn't use soap all the time. They used the same clothes all the time. They didn't bathe all the time. They didn't have regular toilets. They even had toilets on the street where you could pull down your pants or pull up your dress and sit right there and go to the bathroom and keep going. Their habits that they had were so
Mm,
bad. They were
Well,
so bad.
think about modern day China in
mm,
2000s.
mm, mm, mm.
Think about it like that, Miss TR. Okay. Now they started building up I mean, they're still a communist country, but they're trying to, be communist and, and be capitalist at the same time.
Mhm.
And
Mhm.
so they were not building them up. Okay, let's go back. They're trying to get these sewers going, get their infrastructure going. So people don't realize in the 70s or so, they have been through several famines, but they had gone
Mhm.
through a famine just
Right.
around that time. And that's pretty recent, you guys. So this is when, your local farmer, these self-sustaining people decided they were going to catch anything and they were going to eat anything. Okay. Think about it. So,
Right.
but they already had different tastes for different foods that we normally wouldn't even think about looking at. Okay. So you go to that time, they started these wet markets, and then the Chinese government realized that, hey, these folks were making money, it's sustainable. And this is where some of this exotic animal, these weird, crazy craps, you guys know what they eat, came in.
Mhm.
Right.
So being that they still had the unsanitary practices.
Mhm.
Now think about it. I don't know. I don't want to be like prejudiced or anything, but I mean, have you seen some of okay, you could even say that in, I would say, like the Philippines, even too, in some of these wet markets. So you have these live animals stacked on top of each other. They're not
Mhm.
separated. You'll have a bat in this cage with, a rat in this cage and,
And they're right
something,
next to one
something,
Mm.
and the
another,
snake,
Yeah.
and yes, and the
and they're
fecal
pooping
matter.
Can you imagine
Exactly.
all on
people
one
all mixed
another, and
together?
Exactly, not proper drainage when they're butchering
Mm.
these animals. Everything is a
They
huge
literally cut
petri
parts
dish.
out right there.
Yes,
Type
it
of
is. Thank you, Nadia. It's a huge petri dish.
yeah,
Okay,
so many animals,
so
rabbit.
and I
Oh,
know for a fact they like to eat snakes because it's like considered, and they'll eat the bowel of a snake. The bowel, it's the worst part you can eat. It's supposed to
Good.
make men virile
Ah,
and stuff like that. I mean, It's not. I don't make this up. I gotta just look it up. So me being a little
Oh my God.
you say I got like germaphobe type tendencies.
Disease that
Yeah.
love.
No, it's real. It's real. It's real. So you got all this going on, and then they don't have proper hygiene, and then they have too many people on top of each other. And
Think
that
about
Well,
was
in China, their air isn't good. They've been walking around with
yes,
masks
Miss
for
TR.
years,
Yes.
for years. Their air is so
Yes.
polluted.
Mm.
It is so polluted, and that's not hidden. You just go years back. They've been walking around with masks for years.
Right.
Mhm.
That's
Mhm.
everyday life for them. And that's not considering the ones that are doing the wet markets
Hold on,
that are on the
now,
farm.
hold on. Chitlins is I know, but when they're cooked, my
I
God.
can't, Nadia.
Yeah,
I
but
can't.
still, chitlins
I feel
are
it in
also,
my shoulders.
but Nadia, chitlins are right there. They're the intestines, but they are
I know what
clean.
chitlins are.
I'm just
They
making a
are
statement.
delicious.
They are.
I don't
They
eat
are.
meat anymore, but I mean, hey. If
They
it was
are
in your
clean.
world,
They are cleaned to get all the fecal matter out of it.
yeah.
They're not cooked with the fecal matter. They are cleaned and soaked and cleaned and soaked
Yeah.
and cleaned and soaked. There's a ritual. Now, if I had a choice between chitlins and
And
eating
dingleberry.
dingleberries, I'm going to eat the
Chitlins and hot
chitlins.
sauce. Don't listen, Miss Tiara. I have the hot sauce. We'll share the hot sauce.
I
with
will
you.
clean them myself.
Right.
Plenty of vinegar.
Okay.
And that's right. That's right. And that's what they and that's what they do. They put vinegar in the water and they clean it. That's
Mm-hmm.
what they that's how they do it.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah,
My God.
China is so advanced in their technology, but as far as this other stuff, they are so behind the
In
curve.
infrastructure, exactly, Miss TR, and that's what people fail to realize. I mean, it is in. It keeps going back because you think of the avian flu. You get where I'm going. All
Yeah.
these recent ones have come from China. People need
He
to
said
wake
over
up.
and again.
And it's not being people like don't be prejudiced. I'm not being prejudiced. Just do your research. You don't have to be a rocket science. You don't have to, sit there and say somewhat. No, it's research. It's proven fact that this is going on. The swine flu came from them. I can name more.
That's right. It came from the wet market.
Yes, it's because they are disgusting. Okay, I'm sorry. It is what it is, and the reason why
it's the wet market. It's if they need to get a control and ban the wet market. That's what they need to do.
And it's and that's been coming out lately in the news that they're thinking about just abolishing them. Now, look at it. What I did realize, and I read a little bit up on this, is that it's these wet markets with these exotic animals. It's not the local people anymore. It's people with money because it's more of a quiet test. It's a very expensive market. It's not like going to buy chicken.
Yeah, that spit is like 11. They said it's close to $1,100 in American money.
Yes, to go and eat these exotic animals. I mean, we're talking tigers, lions, bears, on my type of crap, So they're just really out there with this, and then like I forgot the name of their social media, but because of this mukbang stuff, that it kind of blew out of proportion. I'm not saying that caused the actual virus, but it got really popular to eat the most weirdest things on the Asian side. If you can, I'm gonna have to remember the name of their like version of Facebook and social YouTube because it's controlled too.
Loren is in
time
the Philippines right now in the chat.
I'm sorry.
I know she's in the Philippines. One of our members here.
Loren, yes, Loren, you want to come up and
hey, Loren.
Us? There's the link. And how is the virus hitting your country? There's a link, Loren.
Oh, sorry, Shay. I'm sorry you about the cook. She got sick.
She said, I'm gonna get right back in bed.
Well, that being that we know this is what's happening, the only way to actually stop this if we stop buying from China, and then they would be forced to
Mm-hmm.
listen to us.
But that's impossible.
Because they make it so cheap.
Wait,
They knew what they were doing.
When I say
yeah.
no, I'm talking about the food. When you go in the supermarket, it tells you made in USA, made in
Oh
Mexico,
yeah,
made
you're right.
transport in China. You have to look at that.
Hmm.
You're right. I don't buy anything from China that is food wise because
Oh,
even with
yeah.
their natural, their normal agriculture, they have so much pollution, you guys. Forget
Mm.
about the coronavirus. They live in one of the most polluted areas in the world. They are just they're trying to clean up their image and realize, but I mean, when, for example, this whole thing went out and it had satellite images, they had, because people weren't on the streets anymore. It used to be you almost couldn't see the streets anymore because of the smog. Now you can because nobody's up and around, but they're going through like a industrial era that we went through way back in the late 1800s, 1900s, burning coal and all that. Remember the big
Mhm.
boom, industry boom? But they don't
Right.
have to regulate like us. They don't care what anybody thinks. They're just gonna, in a way, make that money. And while we're trying to, save the planet and, do these packs, around the world, but China don't care. China like whatever,
Well,
you
no, they're
know.
Yeah.
all about power.
As far as their technology and their stuff like that, I wouldn't say don't buy from them. But as far as their food goes, I noticed that you made
Hmm.
a statement, Nadia, about split pea soup. I love split soup,
No,
or
bat.
spit soup. What's spit soup?
Yeah, bat. See the bat. It's a bat spit soup. I said a question to the
Oh,
chat: bat spit soup or dare dingleberries?
I think
Which
I would
one?
choose. I would choose deer being. I think I would do the dingle. Matter of fact, if I can catch the deer making the dingleberries, I'm going to get the deer.
Yeah, I'll do the ding.
Exactly.
Say, come on, spit, but you have to have a choice: spit, soup, dingleberries.
Oh
I would
my
put some salt
God.
and pepper on those dingleberries. I will walk away. Nobody will know. I'll come back and tell you I did not eat those dingleberries, but I'll be popping them like peanuts.
But during the famine, it's even questionable because what are the deer eating when there's a
It's
famine?
supposed to be really nutritious. Like, I mean, for a human, like if you're dying out there, if you're in the
I
forest, they said,
understand, yeah, but not during the famine. It's like, what are they eating? The deer eating, you
we
know?
just had like four just eating my
But
neighbor's
well, you
daffodils.
know what? I don't because I know how to make some rice soup and rice and beans, and just make a big pot of bean soup and some
It is
flatbread.
poopy. Dingleberries is poop.
Yes.
Dingleberries is poop.
That's a cute way of saying
Yeah.
Nadia came up
berries.
with
No, that's a thing. That's been
Now
a
that in
word.
our town, remember it
We
was
say that. Yeah.
no, it was
Like if you
when
don't like your butt,
I
you have
said it
dingleberries.
when Nehemiah was saying he had dingleberries in his underwear, and I was looking. Remember, I said, "Oh, maybe you weren't there." He almost came on
I wasn't
screen,
there.
green, and I had to blacken the screen. He had his pants down, getting ready to show me. He thought he had dingleberries in his underwear, and I was trying to tell him that it wasn't there. And I had to take his underwear or his tighty whities off because he really wanted his Spider-Man underwear on.
Oh,
And he was
he
telling
tried
me
to
he
say
had
he had
he was
dingleberries.
telling me he had, yeah, because I always say to him when I wipe him, I said, we got to get it clean. We got to get your butt clean so you don't have dingleberries. So he
Yeah.
has this,
Oh, I didn't.
you know,
Yeah, we call
he was like,
dingleberries is like, especially for kids. We say that mostly for kids because they can't wipe right. So, they
yeah,
leave like little crumbs. Those are dingleberries. Pieces of tissue, that's dingleberries.
yeah. It's
I'm
like,
like,
I
you
got to
never want
clean
to
the
get out here
crumb.
with dingleberries.
My son would think that was so funny. He thinks those type of jokes are hilarious. He'll be like, "Yeah, that's how he laughs. It's
Oh my
hilarious."
goodness.
Hmm. But yeah,
I didn't get it.
we ladies
I
and
got
people that are tuned in,
for
we can get past this. If you just use wisdom, if you don't know what to do, tune into our at least tune into my channel, and I'll give you little tips. Ask your mother, and if your great grandma is still around, ask her, because she could tell you as a little girl what she had to grow up and what she saw her mother do. You got to remember, toilet paper is not something that they always had. There's different things that you use.
Right.
You know, they use paper, like newspaper.
Well, if you're on an
And
island, they use well, not now, but if you were on the island and you were far away, then you would use like banana leaf.
yeah, they use that. And then you know what they did? They would burn it. They would burn it and recycle stuff and burn it. Everything got burnt.
Mm-hmm.
Everything got burnt. So if you wet the paper.
Where you been the world picking up dingleberries?
Yeah.
How much is Fifi said? Does anyone believe we are headed to a famine for real?
You know, and if
That was
this
her
other
question.
virus breaks out, just be prepared. Just have your family ready. Nadia brought what, 50 pounds of rice? You know that's gonna last her. Food famine is not gonna hit her
You know
house
what?
even if that's all they eat. Even if that's all they eat is rice, it's not gonna hit her home. So I'm telling you, the number one thing to do is buy rice and beans.
But
Rice
we
you
eat
can
a
make
lot of rice
more.
and beans. We eat a lot of rice and beans.
I know, because your home is
We eat rice
vegetarian.
and beans with every meal. We eat rice and beans almost every day. Rice and beans is a staple.
It's good.
You know, and the Latina
Yeah,
family,
avocado.
they eat rice and beans. The Mexican, they eat rice and beans, and what they do, they might have meat on Sunday, but they have a big old thing of rice and beans and then a salad with tomatoes. That's what they have.
Yep,
That's what
yep.
they
2
eat.
slices of tomato and avocado. Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Yep,
We do.
yep. That's what and only on a Sunday or a special day they have meat. And
Yeah.
and even when you're at work and they come and they have lunch, they have their whole little water build up. They might have some soup, you know, and then they have their rice and beans. You know, it's like that. Your household will never go hungry. It will never go hungry. Just make sure you have some salt and pepper, some hot sauce. If you can get enough onions, you know, and store up. And those and stuff like that takes a long time for it to go bad.
You're right, Miss TR. Not only did I buy onions, I bought scallions and I cut them up and put them into individual quart bags. So if I should run out of onions, I could go in the freezer. You know, all you gotta do is shake it up a little bit, and you have some type of onion meat because they're from the same family, but not the same. I agree with you. So because last time I went to the store, there was no onions. And I was like, okay, people playing. But, you know, I went and got scallions and no one wanted to touch the scallions. And I got me a whole bunch of scallions, rinse them, wash them out, cut them up, put them in the freezer. I was like,
And you know what? When you buy your onions whole, you know, don't put them in the fridge, put them in a dry place. And you know what? They start growing roots, not roots, but they start growing scallions right out of the top. So you could cut that off and use that and not even use the regular onion. You could just tips that you could use. It starts growing these long green stems. And you cut it and you use that to flavor your food. And then, you know, but you got to check your onion and make sure that it's not mush, you know, but it'll only turn to mush if it's in a
Wait,
place
Fifi
where
said
it's
Geechee people eat rice every day?
Yes, they do. There's people from the South.
Oh.
Yeah. But rice and beans, I told you about that family when I was younger. They didn't even have rice. They would have bean soup every day with flat bread.
Oh yeah, you
flat
just said that.
bread.
You know, we also do too, like a mackerel cake almost.
Yes. You can get that. If you can get that, that's a canned mackerel. It's like what, 69, 89 cents per can.
Or saltfish.
Yeah.
A salted fish like bacalaito. It's like
I love that bacala.
You flake it with milk and stuff. That's good too. That's good when you have a huge family. That saltfish lasts forever. It is dried.
Yes, and you buy it dry, and you got to keep soaking it and soaking it and soaking it
for like
2 out of it. And all you need is some salt, not salt, but pepper and onions. and mix it with rice, and that's a meal. You could take
Mm,
your mackerel and fix it like the canned
mm.
salmon. Put your onions, whatever produce that you want to put in it. You could put frozen peas in it. You could put frozen carrots in it and do it up and pour it over rice.
Yeah,
Rice blends with
we make
anything because
cornmeal. We ground cornmeal up really good, and we make them into like little thin patties, and you can even put it with plantain.
Yep.
Yeah, I brought a whole bunch of plantains too.
Yep.
Those last forever.
Fried eggs, honey, fried scrambled eggs.
Yep.
Yeah. And you can also take the banana and boil it like the Jamaicans do with their they put what thyme, onions, peppers, and all that, and they boil that banana.
They eat that on the side with like carnival, right?
Yep. They eat it as a side dish. There is so many ways where you can get that, and don't waste anything. Don't waste anything. You could dry out the banana and let it go dry, the peel, and then put it in the blender and grind it up, and you could actually use it.
Yeah, I use it in soap.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, you could use it. Everything is recyclable. You could use it for something. You could use it to brush your teeth. You could use it for a lot of different things. Because during the Depression, nothing went in the garbage, not even your little bars of soap. They put it in a cup and let it all build up, and they put a little bit of water in it, and they melt it down, and then they pack it together and make one soap. They did nothing went in the garbage.
Yep.
They were, as
Yes,
they
Miss
call in
Fifi.
soap language, it would be called rebatching.
Yeah.
Yeah, I like beef shank and potatoes, but I can't eat beef anymore
Yeah.
for whatever reason. My stomach
I used
doesn't
to like
break
it.
down beef. I can't do it. I like the taste. I like the taste of it, but no sooner after I eat it, I'm in the bathroom chucking it. It automatically comes up. I can't. My stomach doesn't tolerate it. I'm as big as I am because of the medication that the doctor has me on. But there's a lot of things with my stomach just doesn't digest. I don't know if it's from the medication because I'm on medication, or as I get older, my stomach is becoming more sensitive and digestive.
Oh, ma'am, NYW, yes. Oh, that, you know, I went down south once, and a friend of mine had moved down there with he had just recently got married, and we went down to see him, and his wife made lamb, right? And I was like, at this time I ate meat. I was like, oh, I love meat. And I was like so thrown off because she put mint jelly. She poured jelly over my lamb, and I was like, what the
that
hell?
is so good. That is so good. I'll be right back, guys.
Okay. I don't prefer the mint jelly.
I'm trying to wait for her to turn around so I can toss them in the trash, so I can get underneath there to the meat. Child, that was like a good friend of mine's different shade person, you know, a good friend of mine. They ate with applesauce. I was like, I don't want that. She dumped all the applesauce on my pork chop.
No.
That's but the lamb, they put green mint jelly. The Polander brand, Polander.
I know exactly what it's very bright green. It's like a neon dark green.
Oh my gosh, I was pregnant, and when you say, you know, that hunger pain, I was like, Jesus, I'm looking at him like, we gotta go. We gotta go to McDonald's. We gotta go. I need to eat something like right now, like not right now, but right. I was in my bag looking for candy, anything. I was like, oh my gosh. She was like, oh, we just cooked some lamb, and I was like, really? It's like, yeah. She dumped that jelly. I was like, what?
She messed it up.
What? Oh God! And the lamb looks so good. And I had scraped. I didn't want to do, you know, because I wasn't brought up like that. Just fake it. Just eat it, right? So I was like, girl, you can get through this. This neon green jelly. It's like, I could do this.
Oh, the mint jelly.
My God. My baby wasn't agreeing. I wasn't agreeing. I was like, get it down. I just hold it in. I said, oh my God. When she turned around, I tossed it in the trash. I literally picked up the meat and tried to like wipe it off with the napkin. Like I get starving.
You're
That's the
supposed
first time
to
I had.
ask. They're supposed when you're, when you have.
When I
Okay, I'm
think
not
she
telling people
starved,
what to do, but that's really
yeah, she
a
was from
condiment that you ask people to try. You don't just throw it on
right.
their main
That's the
thing.
first time I've
So
ever seen that. And, she was from South Carolina. She was white, but she was from South Carolina. And I was like, "Oh, this, smells good." And then the jelly just was thrown on. I was like,
yep.
"Oh my god!"
She should
I
have
was
put the
like, "What?"
mint jelly on the side just in case you didn't like it with it.
It was horrible. It was the worst thing ever.
I
I
like
had a
mint
whole crying
jelly.
fit.
I like
I had
mint
a crying
jelly.
fit after. When you're pregnant and you're like super emotional. I had a
Mhm.
whole crying fit. I was like crying. I couldn't stop crying. I was like, "Oh my god, this is terrible." She threw jelly.
Exactly. You know that distinct taste you want, and you know
Yes,
it. I don't know what that chemical makeup is in our brain when we're pregnant, and you got to have like that specific thing, and then one
that
ingredient
specific
of
thing.
throw it off.
Yep. And your whole night is messed up. Everything is messed up.
Mad.
Now you need plan B. You need another item, and you got to go out to get it because now it's like stuck in your head. You need this type of
No.
ice cream, and it got to be exactly like this.
Ready to fight. I know I was. I was mad.
Right? That's the worst. Oh my god, green jelly on my lamb. I've never seen that in my life. I mean, now I've heard of that. I've seen that. I've actually seen it in restaurants. But I was like, man. Then the fried pork chop. I was like, yes, fried pork chop. I was like, I know she got some hot sauce. This is another person. But this was a good friend of mine, a white friend of mine. I was like, come on now. I was like, she got skills. Honey, I was like, where's your hot sauce? I grabbed the hot sauce, turned around, and she threw applesauce all over
See,
my
I'd
food.
have been mad.
I was like, what the hell is this?
Applesauce. Now I taste applesauce on my lamb, but not applesauce on
I can't.
my fried
She also put
uh,
rice. She put rice
hot
and
sauce.
almonds inside her turkey for Thanksgiving.
She
That's
did
another
what? Was she put in it?
put rice and almonds.
Mm-mm. I'm
It was so
sorry.
easy. It was shoved in the turkey.
I'm
And
trying to be nice.
was like, rice and almonds. And I was like, everybody's different. So I was like, I'll try it. Like, it's okay. It's cool. Honey, when she cut into that turkey and that turkey started bleeding,
Oh,
my daughter was like 5 years old. She knew that was wrong. I said, come on, we want. I said, okay, girl. I'm gonna come back. I'm gonna come back. Jesus. And they ate it. The rice was pink. The rice was pink. I was like, oh my gosh.
no.
Salmonella, all kinds of stuff.
I'm just
You
sitting
wind up with a
there.
nipple on your head.
I like to make a really nice beef short rib with barbecue sauce, Worcestershire sauce, and apple
Yeah.
jelly gives it such a distinct flavor. I know it sounds off, but I will
Really?
just try anything. And it's more like, okay, you could pressure cook your short ribs because it
Right.
tenderize it, do all your seasoning. Then your glaze is made with, like your favorite barbecue sauce, some apple jelly, okay? And
Right.
then a little Worcestershire, and then
Hey,
you put it
Greg.
under that grill and you put that glaze on, and it'll be smoking because of the sugar in the applesauce. But I'm telling you, it's worth every bite.
Really?
That I will do.
Oh wow!
I like
I gotta
to cook.
remember that to make some on the grill and stuff for my husband. Still, he eats, and my son eats, so I'll try it.
Oh, that's nice. But
Yeah, I
yeah.
don't need it either. Now I saw that blood. I saw diseases in my head. I was like, nope, gotta go. Right, pink rice. No. And she was just
Nadia, you have a little feedback. It's coming from you.
Oh, it's me. Let's see.
Yes, ma'am.
No, it's not. Her ritual home is not moving. Maybe somebody got something on in the background. I don't.
Because
I have my
It's better. Yeah, because mine, I tested
Yeah,
mine. I was like, no, that's not me.
somebody is somebody. I hear some type of feedback. It's like when you have two mics together, they're too close and it makes a noise. Or it goes swap, swap, swap.
Right.
Not this time.
Hmm.
Is it still
No,
doing
I
it?
don't hear anything. No, I don't hear it.
Y'all still here?
But
I don't.
maybe when I don't know.
Yeah, I just hear it. But do you hear
I
anything
just
from
hear.
me?
It sounds like someone talking in the
Hmm.
background.
Mm-hmm.
But anyway, yeah. So with the ladies here, it's best for us to getting back to the main topic here. There are ways to get past this famine, and from the bat lady, from what I'm listening to, there's more viruses that are going to come through. And
Mm-hmm.
I hate to get spiritual on people, but we are living in the last days, so we are not to underestimate anything that comes about. But what we need to do is prep for it and prepare for it. Don't you know they had to close down and stop the gun stores because people
Mm.
were buying guns and a bunch of ammunition, and that's sad because people might be coming up to your door because they're lost, and you're shooting them off your property because everybody starts being paranoid.
Mm.
People are like, someone knocks at the
Eric.
door and they're ready to have a kill somebody.
See,
Right.
Miss TR, I could say I've been in situations where I've seen desperate people, you
Hmm.
know, and I'll tell you one thing about the United States. They're not used to being desperate. We are, as a country, very spoiled. And then, we are Americans. I love my country. But the
Hmm.
thing is, people are not used to the struggle unless you're at a certain social economical class, you know what I mean? And then
Uh-huh.
that even then
Mhm.
you have
Shay,
some
stay in the
help.
chat, please. Hmm.
And I just feel people are going to get desperate. As a nation, we are paranoid. I'm going to say it, and I'm not going to even sit there and say I haven't thought, maybe I should get a little more ammo. It's not that I have paranoia, but other people
Right.
are stupid. That is where I'm going with that. I'm not condoning
Mhm.
all that, but I didn't know about all the, hoarding of weapons and ammo now. But
Hmm.
Yeah,
I
that's
just I've just seen
Yeah,
from
they did the
overseas,
yeah, they just did that alert yesterday. Hmm.
and I see from overseas, how we don't struggle as a country like others, and when desperate times come, I've seen people do desperate things. That's what I'm saying. So you're correct. I'm not surprised, Miss TR, that they doing that, and maybe they need to put a hold on that because I don't want things to get to martial law, and then people, the police ain't gonna be
Mhm.
able to help you. They kicking down doors, trying to see what's in your house because
Right.
it's just desperation. I
And
really
not only
don't
that,
want to
when
see
there's
that.
martial law, there's more corruption because they're not
Hmm.
acting right either. They start acting like Nazis when they used to go in and invade the Jewish community and steal what they got.
Yep.
Mhm.
So that's not cool either. Martial law, they do some crooked stuff
Hmm.
Right.
to
Yes,
people.
ma'am. They do. They do. It's true. It's true. So, I mean, I'm just thinking ahead, but it is like that. I didn't mean to interrupt, but you had an excellent point, Miss TR.
No, 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 no. It's not that you're interrupting. You're up on the panel to give your opinion and to make sense of what's going on, to help people hear what's going on, to make sense with your point of view. But yeah, so being that we know that the bat lady says, okay, we're gonna get a hold on this corona. It's not the first coronavirus, and if you took an old Lysol bottle or can, it'll have corona on it, and
Hmm.
and it's been there for a few years. But just like with a flu period, it comes out with different strands each time,
Mhm.
and they usually know, which kind of makes me think that it's man-made because how they know, okay, here we are in June, they're saying, oh, about in October the bat flu will be out. Well, how do you know that the bat flu is going to be out in October? And here it is June.
Mm.
Unless you're, I think what they do sometimes is they experiment and test things and it gets out of hand.
Yes. Yes.
I believe that's what happened. What happens, and a lot of times it's in third world countries. I personally believe that's how AIDS came about. It was a test, and they do it on third world countries. And then what it is that our nasty men, businessmen, men of money, go over to these countries, and they do the unthinkable, and then that's how they're able to bring it back to their country. And then certain ones are very promiscuous, and because it's easy to transfer between hemophiliac or with sex, and that's because of body fluid, direct body fluid. And that's why it hit certain communities the way it did. But I strongly believe, and they found AIDS in apes and monkeys, and that's because they were eating the food. They were eating ape and monkey meat and brain and monkey brain and stuff like that. So the food is contaminated, just like when we eat our swine and our cow meat and stuff like that. If the food is contaminated, we get it in our system, it becomes a virus, and then everyone in our household gets it, and then you go to work and you contaminate everybody else, especially if you're practicing poor cleanly habits and hygiene, then it's easy for it to spread.
I agree. I agree with that. I'm glad you said that because there was, remember mad cow disease? It's not for paranoia, but
Yeah, that
uh,
came because they were feeding the animals their own kind.
yeah, and you're correct because what happened was there was a ban on importing like beef from Europe and things of that nature. But those who were in Europe, because it was what it was, it got to a point like I don't know if you guys know, if you ever try to donate plasma and stuff, they ask you certain questions, where you been, all that great stuff. So
Mhm.
I'm referencing back to, oh, they eat raw food. No, these folks were not eating raw beef. They're eating cooked beef and still had the chance of like passing on these antibodies to other people through the blood through mad cow disease. And remember that big old thing with the beef industry and Oprah getting sued? Remember that big old scare?
Mhm. And the mad cow disease came from in the feed. They were putting other like cows that had died. They were putting their meat inside the feed, and they were eating after their own kind.
Just disgusting.
So
Mm.
that's how that is. A cow cannot eat another cow. It's
Hmm.
like cannibalism. You cannot do that. The stomach is not built to digest it, and not only that, the cow is to digest grass and hay and all that kind of stuff. Not even corn, so
Mhm.
certain things that it came about, and you can get sick from eating contaminated food,
Yep.
and then it becomes a virus in your system, and everything you touch, breathe on ends up being contaminated because you're not practicing great hygiene.
It's
Right.
crazy.
Mhm.
So that's why it's crazy the way it is. That's why it's crazy the way it is. But I'm telling y'all folks, start prepping, and when you prep, unless it's a close friend that you're helping or a elderly person or a neighbor, which I beseech you to try to help. Even if you don't
Right.
do nothing but take a meal
Absolutely. I
over to
agree.
them so that they could eat. It's like, look, I'm gonna take them some cooked food and let them eat. Start prepping.
Oh my gosh.
Get that rice. Get those
Really?
beans.
They're releasing inmates
Um,
because of Corona.
what they're doing is that they're not releasing inmates.
Oh God.
what they're doing is like those who had stupid tickets for like maybe you'll end up going to jail for a parking ticket that you didn't pay and you might have to do a couple of days in jail
Okay.
or something like that. That's what they're doing because they're saying that there's no need to fill up the jails up with stupid stuff. Basically, they're not coming out
Right.
right out and releasing inmates. That's what they're
Mhm.
doing. You got to remember. I know because my daughter's an officer.
I'll tell you this
So
though. I've noticed that we've had more police patrols. I ain't seen them in about a year. And now all last like the end of last week and this week they've been up and down the street. I said, "Oh, okay,
yeah, well,
just
that's good to keep order because you don't want someone not. I don't want somebody knocking it down my door because they, or something like that. Like, are you serious?
They would.
I'll crack the door and throw you the doggone toilet paper here. Ain't
right."
no need to come in and try to kill me because I'll get the newspaper and use it. It ain't that serious for me. Those little advertisements that they put in a plastic bag and they throw in front of your door. All you
Mhm.
do is just throw them in the trash. Start saving
Yeah.
them. You're gonna need them. Okay. You'll need it to start a fire. You'll need it because if you wet it. Oh, you know what else is good to do? And I'm gonna talk about it. As far as toilet tissue for those who really can't get it, go to the Dollar Tree and those little plastic bags that you put dog, when you're walking your dog and you pick up the poop with it. You
Yeah.
get like 20 or 40 in about. Get those so that when you use the paper, if you have to go that far to do the paper, you wet it. You wet it and you use it and you stick it in that bag and you could throw it in the garbage. And that way you're practicing good discarding of stuff and not causing, fecal matter. Because if it's coming to this, we're gonna have to find ways
Hmm.
to be able to do it. Because these are the things that they did way
Yeah.
before they came out with toilet paper.
B-Town is in your backstage.
Who's backstage?
B
I
town.
don't see her. I don't see her picture.
I don't see.
I don't see her picture for me to click on.
I don't.
All right, where does it say backstage here? If you're listening, I don't see your picture for me to click you on. There's only the four of us up here. I don't
Yeah.
see. So, because believe me, I'm looking at it on my computer, and I know as soon as someone comes up, as soon as it lets me, StreamYard lets me know that somebody's up, I click on it. I'm not just looking at my phone. I'm watching the screen. Matter of fact, let me take the standby because we don't need no standby right now. We don't need it. We don't have to stand by nothing. Let me find it.
I made a mess in here. You know how you make a mess and then you don't want to clean it up?
Your soaps look beautiful though.
They
That's so
sure
Thank
pretty.
do.
you.
Looks like decoration.
Turn this camera around, you'll be like, Jesus.
I
It looks
can't
crazy.
find it.
My husband stopped right at the door and shook his head and turned around. This is the cleanest part right here. This is it. I got labels stacked up. I got bowls stacked up.
I wanted to go on vacation so
Thank
bad,
you.
you guys. I'm like a little upset.
When is your vacation did you plan? Did you plan one?
Yes, I wanted to go in June, which is my birthday month,
Oh,
and
She said.
I was,
yeah.
yeah. What'd you say, D Cup? Anyway, so I wanted to go somewhere, and I was just like, oh, B-Town.
She might be in the chat. Okay, good. Because she's definitely not here. I don't see her here.
She left. She went into the chat now.
Oh,
Okay,
okay.
because I'm like, I don't see her.
So June is your birthday.
Yeah, so my sister bought a cruise and she don't want to cancel the cruise so she can get her money back.
Right, because yeah.
So
Oh,
that is out the door, you know.
but she
I
canceled without waiting.
Well, the cruise is in a couple of months. I think it's in May, but I would hope that they would
Oh,
cancel
you
it.
shouldn't have canceled. Did you cancel already?
No, 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 no.
Okay.
My sister is waiting to cancel her cruise because she paid all this money for it, you know. So she's
Don't give
waiting.
her
It's
a
like in a
good
couple of
bill.
months.
Yeah, I would just wait it on now because they're gonna wind up like canceling it and giving you
Hmm.
credit also on another cruise.
Yeah, that would be great, right? You
And
know.
credits, yeah, they'll do that. What line is it?
I don't know. I gotta ask her, but she been talking so much mess about it. And I
Um,
remember she was like, "I don't care. I'm going on the cruise." Now she sending out all these memes about social distancing. I was like, "You going on that cruise?" No. So I was
you gotta be
like,
fighting with 2,000 people.
"Yeah,
Mhm.
yeah. I should ask her. I'll get that information." But she going on some. It costs money because she put a lot of money into it. It's
Yeah.
not one of them overnight
Mhm.
things. So I was like, "Girl." And everybody's just like in place, but I just had plans for this year, you know, and I have a big event in July and I'm gonna be stuck. I mean, almost everybody, I'm telling you, on my end, they're like, stay in place. Don't move.
Don't
Don't
go.
do nothing, you know. So I was like,
But
okay.
it'll be just your luck that you go and then you catch it.
You know, it's weird because I this guy is this older gentleman. He got to be in his
What is
70s
going on?
Mhm.
and he cuts
Well,
the
it was
lawn
quite the age,
every
girl.
year. And I feel so bad for him because our grass just started acting like they want to grow some grass, but you know, no, normally everybody let him cut their grass.
Right.
And I didn't have the heart. I went to the ATM, wiped my card down, wiped my hands down, got my
Yeah.
little money, handed to him like within arm's distance so he could cut my
There
grass
you go.
because I know he depends on it, you know? So
Yeah.
I
Yeah.
felt really bad because no one was answering their door. So I
Oh,
was like,
wow.
And not only
"Jeez."
that, he's a man of age and he's a man of
Yes.
integrity, so he wants to work for his money.
Yes, yes.
Hmm.
So I did it, you know. Of course, you know, I didn't put the hand sanitizer on. I'm not
I know
playing
that's
shit.
right. I keep
I
saying things everywhere.
But
I
money,
wait.
but money is the most dirtiest things. You know, you think about all the places where money goes.
Mm-hmm.
Hmm.
That's
It's
true.
true. You're right. So I hand sanitized when I put my card in the ATM. I did what I had to do, but I already sanitized my hand. When it came out, I put more hand sanitizer. I don't know if the chip's any good anymore on the ATM card. Put it back
Mm-hmm.
in my purse, and then it kept it moving. And even a woman that was there for before me, I waited like I counted to 20. You know, I was like, let her go by a little bit, you know, before I go up there. So it's just I just say a word of caution because it's
Right.
people, nasty people just I'm
Yep.
like, are you serious?
Yep.
You
You're
know,
very serious. Mm-hmm.
nasty mofos. I
Mm-hmm.
tell you, no consideration of
Mm-hmm.
others at all. So
Mm-hmm.
it just you just being outright, you know, willfully ignorant, you know, or
Yep.
you just trifling. It's one or the other one.
Yep.
You're both, you know.
Mm-mm-mm.
So I
Hey,
just try
Kevin
to.
Bina.
Hey, Tim and Vanina Ventures. Hey, Heaven Send. There's somebody else who came up here that I missed saying hello to. Hello to the wrench. Hello to, let's see, whomever else. Sir Bricks, hey. Give out these shout outs. I mean, y'all know that, uh-oh, I just hit something and didn't know what I hit. Let's see, what did I hit? Oh, Lord, I hope I didn't time out somebody. Sincerely delete the message. Uh-oh. I deleted it in error. I knew I hit something, Nadia. Okay, view and delete. I wonder. All right, I don't know. Laughing at. Okay, that was an error, Nadia.
I don't see anything.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it said
it
that's a
looks
great
fine.
time. Yeah, it does.
Oh, you probably deleted a message up above somewhere. Yeah.
Yeah, I didn't mean to do it. It was like a trigger with my finger. It said was timed out by Miss PR for 300 seconds.
Oh, dang! No wonder I can't see the I can't see the comment bar.
How can I correct that? Or I have to just
Okay,
wait?
it's okay.
Oh, okay. I'm like,
Have to wait.
dang.
Work.
Yeah, I was going through it, and I'm like, what did I just
Oh, I
hit?
try to put a heart. It says you've been placed in timeout.
Everybody's been behaving themselves. Yes, Shay, I didn't mean to. I was scrolling through the do my little shout outs. You can't correct it. Oh God, 300 minutes? That's a lot of minutes.
Okay.
300 seconds
Yeah.
rather.
Yeah.
Okay.
It goes fast.
All right, I'm putting it down. I'm putting it down. It's like I'm scrolling. Usually I use my pinky, but this time I use my thumb, and it just like it triggered. You know, like when you shoot a gun and it goes, bit, 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 bit. That's what my finger did. I'm like,
Rub
oh,
it in.
God, what did I just do? Right. 300 seconds. Okay. So, but those who I didn't say hello to, hi. Welcome to the WOW on my channel, Miss
Really? Really, Sir Brooks?
Sir Brick.
Now
That
that I
was really, I'm surprised. Okay, he's sticking up for me. Okay.
Where
He's
is that
sticking up for me.
bar? Where
It was an error.
bar?
Yeah, it was an error. It was an error. My daughter's not going to work. That's why I had to hold on. I knew she wasn't up. That is so pretty. That soap. That soap is so pretty.
That's Sir Brooks' Pure Bar.
Oh.
He said that he used the soap and it had him doing something strange.
Mm-hmm.
You know, like the type of strange that you do, like strange for a piece of change. It's all right, Sir Brooks. So he said that soap isn't so pure. It's not so pure. I said, it's pure. I made a bar called Pure.
Well, you know what, Sir Brick?
It's just a milk bar. It's a milk bar with salt in it.
You could do role play with that soap.
Uh-oh.
It's
supposed to be a pure. Yeah, you do role play with the soap. The fact that he Elijah Chanel. You know you can, Sir Brick. What you do is have your significant other, dressed up innocently and have the soap and maybe bathing with you in front, in front of you with it, with the role play. I'm serious. Do role play. Okay. Do role play, y'all. Your significant other could dress up innocently and then wash with pure soap their body.
Turn off
and then you could and make it fun. That's right. Looky.
Oh,
that's right, Jay. Yeah.
Sir Rick said the line.
Yeah, but now that I'm telling him that, he's probably like, he might say the lies you tell, but later on tonight he's gonna think about what I said.
Yeah. That's his favorite bar.
Yeah.
That's that oatmeal milk and honey. It came out.
You do that role play. You do that role play with that. Yeah. They put on an outfit and bathe. Or you bathe them.
You heard it here first.
Do a role play. Yeah. Look.
I never seen something so quiet.
You're gonna be stuck in the house, so you might as well make the best of it.
I haven't that right.
Yeah, role play. And I bet you never thought of it. I know tonight you're gonna be laying up and you're gonna
Shay said, I swear for macaroni and cheese, I'm getting my whole life.
Mm-hmm.
You said, yeah, you can roll.
Yeah, you can role play with the soap. Yeah, why not? What else you got better to do? What else you got better? You got something else better to do?
This man like some quarantine.
Everybody's stuck in the house. Everybody's quarantined. So why don't you make the best of it? The body's getting
You might
clean
as
for
well come
one.
out just rubbing soap on your body.
That's right. Role play with the soap.
I'm
He probably
telling
said,
you.
"What?" But now that I said it, it makes sense, right? I
Wait, so
explain
you
how
said
you
you're
do
gonna
it. It
come
makes
out
sense.
and then he's gonna play with the bar, so he's gonna like, so he has to be wet with a
No,
bar.
his significant other. He could bathe his significant other.
Oh, and role. Oh, baby.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I hear it playing. It's playing in somebody else's. They have it up in the screen.
What?
It was a round.
Who's Fifi talking to? Oh! I got it. I seen her wedding dress. It was beautiful.
Beautiful.
Mm-hmm.
Oh wow.
Shay, cabin
Dina,
fever.
oh, I don't know them.
Cabin fever.
But yeah, you can bathe your significant other, and that would be a nice gentle touch with some pure. Mm-hmm. Yeah, you give her a bath. And you and then tell Nadia how it worked.
Still here.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, the cable company is boosting up everybody's internet speed for an extra cost or just in general, Shay?
Cable company boosting up everybody's internet speed. It ain't boosting up mine.
Oh, that looks so.
I thought someone was arguing outside. I'm like, what's that sound? My husband's so loud. He's having a conversation outside. Let's see. But I love singing. You can go to my live stream sometimes. Oh wow. Ms. B said, I'm taking notes about this soap. That's why the cable company boosting up every speed. Oh.
At free of cost, or it's extra?
Classes, online classes.
Yeah, and you know what?
Oh yeah, that's true.
NYW, not everybody has internet. Not everybody has internet. Not everybody can afford internet. So the only way that they could pass if they're able to take their classes online, that's not fair, because how about the family that's on public assistance?
You're right.
And they don't have, they're struggling just having the little box that you get from from Walmart, so they can have the basic channels, because now you got to have a special box, so you can't do analog anymore. So that's really unfair, and it's not like they got libraries that'll be open for them to do the classes. So that's really not fair. I'm blessed in my house that when my granddaughter comes home she'll be coming home the end of this month, because they shut down the college and they're not opening back up until next semester, which is after June.
I agree what you're saying.
I'm Shay.
But
yeah, they do have.
I hear a but. I hear
low
a but.
cost, low.
D-Cobb is talking about what I was going to say.
Oh yeah, they do have.
They have what?
The low income
internet
cable service. I think you pay like $10, $15, something like that.
But that would be a lot of money for some people. That could be a lot of money for some people, because that 10 or some dollars might interfere
Yeah.
with
$10
them
for 5
getting
years?
food.
Wow.
We're talking about the struggle is real. As someone who just got laid off because of this crisis, they have to pinch every penny, and that 10 or $15 may need to be able to buy food to feed her children for the whole week. So
And that is what I was saying. People are going to get desperate because we haven't really done that as
Oh,
a
yeah.
country in a long time.
mhm.
Long time. And
Not
so
this
are we exactly, and will we, so with this being said, are there going to be a spike in like the SNAP, food stamps, whatever? You get what I'm saying? If you're going to lay people off, are you gonna and are you gonna, you know, provide them with unemployment? We have so many cuts in our system now, you know, and it's ridiculous. Ms. TR, you bring up a valid point, you know, because I think I heard, well, I didn't hear, I saw earlier somebody got laid off. Now there's some people getting paid, and some companies are really being considerate and thinking about other people. But there's some that can't afford to pay their employees if they're not making the money to, you know, go and, you know, pay their cost and, you know,
it
pay the
becomes a
employees
domino effect.
overhead.
It affects everyone.
Yep.
If you're not getting the virus, you're getting financial viruses. It's
Mhm.
dipping
Miss
into
TR,
your money.
can you drop the
Yes.
link? Can you drop the link?
She dropped
You're
it.
right,
Sure.
Miss Fifi, but there's going to be a spike, you know, a severe spike on, you know, because, okay, you get an unemployment. I would hope you're eligible for, you know, food relief,
Right.
whatever it is, you know, but but also I hope, with this being said, because they have cut back on a lot of stuff for a lot of people. I mean, just before a couple of weeks ago, they were talking about cutting people's, you know, food stamps that actively work, you know, working poor. So, Miss
Yeah.
TR, you're correct, you know. So, I mean, if this will not wake up a White House, I
Right.
don't know what will, you know, and how it's a symbiotic relationship. They need to stop playing. And I'm telling you, 2 weeks is not enough, because they're like, well, you know what, we'll just rest
Right.
and, you know,
People are
give 2
struggling
weeks.
now.
But as a capitalist nation, you know, we can't do no.
Very
We need to
capitalist.
do what everybody, we got 3 months we need to hold out for, so they can get these testings under control, and we can we can socially distance ourselves, because at least, if anything, I'm not going to say too much on the government, at least we are isolating ourselves, because that's what Italy failed to do, and they got a way better health system than us, and they are
And they're
going
dropping
through
like
it.
and they're
Thank
dropping like
you.
flies over there, boy.
Thank you. There you go. So,
Yeah.
and it was funny because I've been watching like my email and telephone call, and I get like at least every couple of days a pre-recorded phone call from my school. And first they were like, "Yeah, we're gonna come back on the 20th," and now they're like, "Yeah, we're gonna come back on the 27th." I always wanted to say, "Stop lying, bees! Stop
Right.
lying! You know you're not." We know. I'm just like, you know, but it to me,
Confused as we are.
really. Because I'm not, and when they said the 20th the first time, I said, I'm taking that head. My son ain't going to school for at least 2 to 3 days, because I know they're going to kick everybody else out. You know, I don't give a crap. Send me to truancy court or whatever. I've never been there. I'm just saying, you know, because he's not going, you know. What? Well, why didn't he go? Oh, everybody's sick. Oh, I can't go to court. Oh, okay. You know.
But even with the school system closing, there's a lot of people not getting paid.
You're correct. You're correct about that. And I just
And they
wish...
have to meet, and look, in 2 weeks there's rent due. Mortgages due.
Okay, so hey y'all, I'm sorry.
Hi Shay. Hey,
Hey,
sweetheart.
Shay.
And y'all know I be so nosy,
Shay.
y'all. I was looking at the news, so I get what you're saying, Miss TR, about the the rent, the mortgage. Like here in the state of Arizona, they suspend all that here. Soon as President Trump went on yesterday, it went in effect immediately here in the state of Arizona. They also offering 14 days pay here in the state of Arizona as well. So if you affected or you quarantine with what's going on, or if you in quarantine, you automatically get the 14 day pay. And then they extend it if you still sick again for children, for your kids as well, okay? In the state of
Right.
Arizona. Then also, yeah, because soon as Donald Trump had went on and said, "Hey, we're gonna go ahead and with the stimulus package in 2 weeks,
Yeah.
we'll all be getting our little cheese, in 2 weeks." Um, Arizona immediately came behind him, our governor, and went on and said that they suspended everything. Like if you late with your rent,
Mm-hmm.
um, late payments with your rent, no utilities will be turned off. Period.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Y'all know I work for the cable company. With us, we
Right.
already put in the implemented. They implemented that on Monday. That all internet speeds, everybody internet speeds went up 50 gigabytes. Okay,
Mm-hmm.
with us.
Mm.
If you on the low income internet, which you have to pay, I think like $10, you don't have to pay nothing,
Mm.
and your internet
Nice.
speed went up as well.
Okay.
Wow.
Yeah.
Nice.
So
Now,
yeah, my
for the
job
kids, yeah.
immediately kicked in because, honey, I promise y'all on Tuesday or not Tuesday, but Monday, I was like, see, I was
Well, how about the
cuckoo
parents
crazy
who don't have
Tuesday,
computers, Jay? There's,
huh?
there's always a catch to this. Like, okay, you're able to have the internet. Now, does a working poor family have a computer? Because what we think is a norm is not norm for someone else.
Okay,
I
yeah,
know,
that's true.
you
Yeah,
know.
that's true. Yeah, I'm just saying for the ones who actually, now
Oh,
we
and that's
can't help
good.
the ones who ain't got no like a
Right.
computer or the internet, but I'm talking about for the ones because see, they obviously
No,
opt
and
out
no,
that.
don't get me wrong, Shay.
Mm,
That's great information. But what I'm saying on the other end, for these kids to take their online classes, what makes you think that these working, these poor families, a family of 4 or 5 who has a computer in the house to help with these kids? I'm blessed. Our
mm-hmm.
household is blessed. We
But
got it. All right. And not only that, everybody has a phone except for little man, and he don't have a phone. He don't need one. He has his iPad, and he know he could take that finger and get mad and start calling people up on FaceTime, and people ratting on us, talking about what we did to him. But and you got to remember, my baby's all has autism. For those who don't know, my great grandson has
Mm-hmm.
autism. So when you hear me do the little deal with the little outbursts, I know he's a spoiled brat, but we have to deal with him accordingly to get him to understand. But he's smart as a whip, boy. But he just has certain issues that autism brings. But
our computers
you
now
know,
for kids.
yeah, yeah, but if their families can't afford $500 for a laptop computer for kids, then what? Now, if you're
I
able,
think the
No, I
school
said
here,
that
Miss
they have
TR,
them at
has
school.
gave
They have
the
them at school.
children they sent home laptops here in the state of Arizona for the kids to work because I don't think due to everything that they're gonna want them to come back to school. But
I'm
y'all know
moving to
here we don't have no
Arizona.
truancy
I
in the state of
know.
Arizona. No
I've been saying
truancy.
this for weeks now.
Mm-mm. No
Arizona.
truancy. So the parents here don't, because see, they give these kids a little bit more leeway. Like these kids can choose to go to school at night or in the morning. Due to how some kids don't like to get up early.
Wow.
They have a choice here. Yes, they do. Hmm.
you know what? Our
That's
choice is
Yeah.
if
amazing.
you don't get your kid up to go to school, you could go to jail. That's our
Yeah, see,
choice.
yeah,
Mhm.
yeah, that's not like that out here in Arizona. Yeah, they don't have no truancy like that.
And
Mm-hmm.
probably go
Uh-uh.
to the heat.
And then your kids get opt to go like right now with everything because they don't want people in close proximity of each other. They actually gave off the break,
Mm,
so all the kids went home with laptops.
that was smart.
That was smart. Good
Mhm.
evening, TC.
The link is
Yeah, the
above
kids
TC.
went
Yes, you
home.
can join the panel. How many people we got up here? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yes, you can. We got room for one more. I'm gonna put the link, TC.
they sent my grandkid, one of my grandsons, home with their laptop.
Mm-hmm.
They did the
Okay.
same thing.
Yeah, they did here as well in Arizona too. They went on and did that due to because we have like three different school districts here.
Hmm.
I
Mm-hmm.
live in one that's one of the best ones. And they already had sent the kids home, sent letters out to the neighbors and everything, like, hey, this, that, and the third, what's going on with the with this virus thing. And they
Right.
sent the children home with the laptops, you
Right.
know.
TC, I'm sending the link. You are welcome to come up.
My son's school district is delayed, like straight up delayed, because they just now talking about packets. Now, here the thing was, everybody was on spring break at that time. So no one came back to school, prior to, they doing
Right.
social distancing. But, I think the solution may be for Miss
Right.
TR because they keep mentioning online and packets. So there may be people, you are correct, Ms. TR, who cannot access it, but they'll have the packets. I don't know how they're going to account for grades or anything like that. Excuse me. But it does make sense what you're saying. I mean, I'm just Miss Shay. I'm impressed with that state, seriously, because I'm like, they're not playing, but I'm in a state that, I don't know. They kind of, I don't know.
I
I
don't know.
ain't gonna
These
say
kids, I
that
guess,
that'll give me
are
away.
are homeschooling themselves now.
Oh, but I already had the idea because he wasn't about to sit there and turn into a vegetable watching TV all dang day. My son's in the fifth grade and he's at the ninth grade reading level. I mean, eighth grade reading level. We're pushing for the ninth grade reading level. He's average with everything else, but I like to put my nose in a book. I've always been like that. So it kind of rubs off on me, so I figure you're going to use science and math, but at the end of the day, you better know how to comprehend and read. That's all I'm saying, so that's why I'm pushing my son in that. And then, my mom pushed that on us. I mean, she had us reading, out of books, and we ask her what this means. She'd be like, get the dang dictionary. And it's passed on to my son. You better get that dictionary, So I just say keep them occupied, but it seemed interesting because I wanted to mention this point. My other friend in another area, in another school district, everybody's scrambling because her son's in high school to get him online because they only have 7,500 out of all, it's a big city, out of all these, I don't know how computers work, but 7,500 slots to get them on online high school, which I think is weird.
Wow.
So she's like, I'm like, girl, I haven't heard you in a while. She's like, I'm stressing. I'm trying to get my son, on this online high school. And I thought maybe that's how the colleges do it too. Because, I've taken online college courses as well. And, they have so many slots, but maybe there's an actual program that only allowed so much interaction between people. But then there's a surge because think about it, it's an entire city trying to get, maybe there's the college students, and that's why the internet's going up. And now it's going to be, middle schoolers, high schoolers, and, elementary, online trying to get
So
the
they're
education.
going to have to be able to take that overload.
Yeah, exactly, Miss TR. So I said, okay, I'm just going to do what my mom taught me and what I've instilled in my children, and I'm
What
going
happened,
to have a structured day. Structured day. We ain't playing them games because one of these days they're going to say we have to go back. And do you remember retaining anything over summer school? I mean,
Nope.
you know what I mean? Not a dang thing.
Not a thing.
Yeah.
No, because
So
when we came back from the summer, you had to review everything all over again because you went
exactly.
brain dead. It's like everything is like out of sight, out of mind. You didn't learn nothing. You go you get promoted to the fifth grade, but when you go back to school, you have a third grade level because you don't forgot everything. But Shay, I put it down here for you to come back up again. Oh, okay. I got you, Shay. I understand. I thought you fell off. I didn't know you deliberately came off. But yeah, so
Good evening.
Good
hi.
evening.
Welcome.
Good
Good
evening.
What do you
How's
got to say,
everyone?
being that you want to come up on the camera? Welcome, welcome, welcome.
Well, thank you, Miss TR. Thank you for your platform. Thank you, D Cobb. Sincerely, the sister who was talking. What is your name?
NYW.
Hey.
Oh, hi. I'm
Okay.
MYW. Hi.
Okay. I'm sorry, Miss NYW, to the panelists, to the chat. Thank you so much. I just want to say, because I have to get up early in the morning
Mm-hmm.
and 5 o'clock so that we can go ahead and give out, go to the pantry and start giving out food and stuff.
Mhm.
Mm-hmm.
Working with working in the city elected official capacity. There
Mm-hmm.
are a plethora in Philadelphia, plethora of resources. And there's about three things that I would say. Number one, know who your city council person is,
Mm-hmm.
or your city representative, whatever they call them,
Mm-hmm.
your state rep, and your congressperson, because there's about three different tiers and levels of monies coming from three different budgets. And
Mhm.
stimulus package, even though they're talking about this only little $1,000, there are many other stimulus packages. And you don't know what you don't know. But I tell you what, we have a tendency to major in the minor and minor in the major. We find out the stuff we want to know, and the stuff that we really need to know, we don't know anything about. And it's sometimes right in front of our face.
Now let me ask you
Right.
this, TC. You know, I got the census package in the mail. People don't understand and realize how important that is to fill out.
Right. That's a part of it. That's definitely a part of it, because for every person that's counted, there's a bounty on each person's head. So if everyone is counted, then that's the amount of money that the federal government will distribute to that particular area. But if
Yep.
everyone is not counted, then of course resources and services and products, contracts and services are not going to be given, or not going to be or not going to be distributed to that particular area. So
Mhm.
whenever people don't get counted, I know a lot of people don't want to get counted because they don't want to show up. They don't want to I don't know, they just don't want to show up for a variety of reasons. But
But, but
but
they're
they
doing this
extract.
online. They're doing this online. You can fill it out on your phone and send it
No,
in.
I'm not talking about that. I'm
Oh,
talking about people have circumstances. Some people that are quote unquote immigrants. There are some people that don't want to be found for a variety of reasons. They
Right.
don't, and they have the misnomer or misunderstanding that if they do fill out that information, that somebody's gonna come after them. So it's all of those kinds of things. But yes, they can fill it online, they can do all of that good stuff. But if they don't fill it out, here's what happens. They have to go to the hospital. Now, hospitals get a certain amount of money from the federal government, and they get a certain amount of services. You get a certain amount of units that are allocated to a particular hospital in a particular area. And if in the event that they don't have any more openings, or they don't have enough beds, they don't have enough whatever, that's because unfortunately that amount of people wasn't allocated from the beginning. You understand what I'm saying? So if 50
Mhm.
people are in an area and only 12 people sign up as being a part of that particular area or in that particular city, then they're only going to allocate a certain amount of money for 12 people.
right.
But 50 people are going to say, eventually 50 people, somebody's going to have to go to the hospital. They have a cold. Somebody's going to have an accident. They're going to need an operation. Somebody has fibroids. They're going to need to go to the hospital. And then they start taking away from the people who did the responsible thing.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So it's necessary, but that's just one little pot of money. But there are like 5 stimulus packages that the government they haven't talked about. They're going to pass it through the Senate. They're going to do that probably by the end of this week. So I tell people, get to know who your elected officials are. Go to their offices. Don't feel entitled. Don't come. I'm a taxpayer, and I know. No. Don't. You're not going to get anywhere doing that. Just go and say, listen, I would like to know if there are, what are the resources that are available to the community that I live in reference to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, whatever the situation. They're there. And for in the education, I just heard what you all were talking about. Well, yeah, there are packets that the school district is supposed to make sure that this child gets, but if they're not online, what we're requiring from some of the churches here, if the churches have a 501c3, they better be open 9 to 5. Even though they're not open for services, they need to be open to help out
sense.
with technology. With technology
in the community, right?
Right.
Right.
With technology, giving away like food. Like tomorrow, I'm going to a church right down the street. Joe Frazier was, had services at the church. It's one of our mega churches. But we're going to be giving out food. 1, 2, 3. It's going to be, just like it's the 4 or 5 hours. So they have to be doing something, not just taking up space, not just taking up a block. They better be doing something, or else they will not have their 501c3 status, which is state and federal. They will not.
That's only fair. I think that's fair that they need to be connecting with the community, because the whole purpose of them being there. If they're not going to do that, then they need to have it taken away from them.
They should be held accountable for that exemption that they had. I agree with you 100%.
Absolutely. Yeah. Absolutely. And this is money. This is, when they're tax exempt, that's going to the backs of the taxpayer. So that needs to be in a time like this, and it's for everybody. It's not just for people who are at a poverty level, but there's the working poor, there's the working class people. They need to people, and we my boss was saying, this is crazy. People need a hand up, not a handout. So they pay their taxes, they put into a system. Sometimes you just need a little something to get by until the next. And so we're very vigilant about that, and we're especially being realistic about our community, which is like mostly I would say that mostly elders, but we do have a community of people who are working families.
Yep.
And a lot of people are coming back home to their mothers and fathers' house, and they're coming back home, and so now they need services.
I agree.
Back to that thing about being counted again, like you were saying, Ms. TR. We have to be counted. We have to be. There's resources out there. I'm just going to tell you, there are resources out there. There are people that come over from other countries, and they get free education. They get free. Get free everything.
So you are
and they take advantage of it. Yes, they do.
Okay.
Reaching.
And here, my folks are here, and when we're looking for $5,000, $6,000 to us a grant to go to college, it's like pulling teeth.
Exactly.
Like that's how dare you make people who have put into the system and so-called did the right thing, if you will, how dare you put them through this kind of embarrassment? And you have people coming from countries, and they get free medical, they get free education, free housing, free everything. And these are stimulus packages that the government gives out to them. Okay, but we have to know and just kind of be on point with who our elected officials are. And I know a lot of folks have a lot of experiences with them, But like, here's the thing: go in there and deal with business. There's a lot of elected officials I don't even like. However, when I need to get something that I need for my people in my community, the Republican Democrat thing is out the doggone door. Okay, white,
Mm-hmm.
black is out the doggone door. I want to make sure that my folks get the same amount of resources on this side of the fence as other people are getting in their community.
Right.
Well, my mayor had made it clear to us on Facebook and even on Access Public Television that to please, he beseeched us to fill out the census form 2020. He says it's so important because it makes it easier for him to help the people that live here in Patterson. And it's true to what you say. They think that they fill it out, somebody's going to be knocking on their door or something. But and you know what too? It doesn't even they give you a number and you fill it out. I
Right.
haven't filled mine out yet, but they give you a number. So I don't know what the questions they ask, but I'm going to fill it out. And you don't need a computer for that. You could do it on your phone. Then I'm going to fill it out. I'm definitely going to fill it out.
As far as evictions and all are concerned, no, this is the reason why it is important for people to understand what laws and legislation are passed on a city, state, and federal government level. Because in our city, nobody can be evicted. Period. Point blank in the story. Now,
Right.
yes, are we gonna now and I'm not gonna lie, are we gonna have some slipshoddy landlords or slumlords that are they're gonna try to do the doggone thing? Yes, they are.
Yes.
Yes, they are. But we're open and we're available, and this is the reason why I say people get to know what's going on locally. So
Right.
that you'll understand. And I tell people this. Oftentimes I say to people, evictions are, can't happen. And somebody, a homeowner will say, oh, I don't have to worry about that. I own my home. But listen, I'm telling you this information because you can help somebody else. It's not about you.
Right.
I always tell them, here, take this information, give it out to at least 3 people and be blessed. Our people we want to talk and beef about dumb stuff. But when it comes to the real good information, we can't open our mouths about it. Or we feel like, oh, I don't have any children going to college, but our dad going to sure enough know that your neighbor, somebody at church, you can bless. I was standing in the grocery store. I just so happened to be listening because the lady was loud enough for me to hear her, and she was talking about college. And I said to her, I want to give you some information. And she was like, I really appreciate it. She said, who would have thought, just being in on this line that we were in for a very long time, and that she would have gotten the information, or that I would be giving out information about that in the grocery store. It doesn't matter. We have to open our mouths and talk power and talk righteousness and stop being a victim about everything and be victorious about some things.
Mm-hmm.
Unemployment, last but not least, unemployment. If a person, the federal government has already passed it, you don't have to wait the week. You don't have to wait the week. Go on online in the United States and they'll tell you. You don't have to wait the week. The week has been suspended.
I'm glad.
Yeah.
Because I mean, I kept thinking that they do that for some, and I was online and it was a senator or somebody, and they were questioning the man in charge of like SNAP and everything, and she was just reading the application form. And he did not even understand that she was reading the application form to see how intrusive, but how hard they make it just to get maybe a little bit of dollars, just to, like balance out, whatever you know, you need it for. And I hope that they make the process more smoother for others, because it just had me thinking. I mean, they asking if you got 401ks, you got all this, that. And I know people do scam and cheat. How they do, we know. However, you know, it was something. How is it so, you know, streamlined to get a bank loan versus just to get like SNAP or, you know, some type of Medicaid or whatever people trying to do, you know, just to survive. So I'm glad you brought up that point, you know, to pass on that knowledge. I mean, it may not, is the questions asked. I feel fortunate, but you know, if I can help somebody, I'm glad you came up here, because you're right and you're correct. You know, I always ask these questions, because you never know where you came from, and you may get to some point, you might end up back there. I always think like that.
Oh yeah,
Always.
oh yeah, oh yeah. You're not exempt from falling to the wayside now.
Right.
You know, a lot of people are homeless not because they want to be. They lost their job, and then all of a sudden they lost everything. Where they were on top of the world, now they're on the street with a broken styrofoam cup, asking for change.
It's NYW speaking, Joy, and this is TC.
So this information is very good. I thank you for coming up on the panel.
Absolutely.
And talking to us about it, and pushing how how important it is to know this information. And it's important to vote. Don't listen to the person that says your vote doesn't matter. Your ancestors laid their life down for it. How could you do this? I'm just
you know what I want people to start thinking, and I know it's kind of hard, because I think that the X generation, the baby boomers, the traditionalists understand it. Millennials, not so much. Let me get down to the generation.
My father embedded in me to vote, and there's 4 of us. You know, it wasn't until Obama ran for office that my siblings started voting. I said, "Are you all the time you weren't voting?" I said, "Are you serious?" And my father walked the picket line. He walked with Martin Luther King. He was down there at, you know, when they had the big thing at the White House regarding. He was a big advocate for stuff like that. And I remember him saying that, "I'm going to go do this to make it easier for you and my grandchildren."
Wow.
You know, and he embedded in it. And it's like, okay, I took pride in what he did. And, you know, he was one of the ones that had the dogs. Well, he didn't have the dogs sicked on him, but he was during that era, and he was there when it happened. And he shared those stories. And when we have our younger people, I call younger people, where they don't go to school, where as our ancestors were beaten and, oh my God, through everything, just so that we'd be able to be able to count, to be able to read, to be able to do these things, and voting and laying their life down, and keep going and keep doing things so that they had a purpose and they fought for. And then here you are, only thing that you could remember is to have pull your pants up and walk around with your shoes untied and harass people, meaning that you're either begging for money or you're scaring them away because you're trifling. But you won't go to school, but then you want to talk about the oppressor.
No, but you know what, Miss TR, you are hitting it. You doing a grand slam, sis. Because here's the things. I've often asked people. I had a lady call in, and she says to me that her son is not able to get his passport, and she wants him to get a passport because he's getting ready to go out of the country. I think he was going to Dubai or something, scheduled to go. And I asked her, I said, "Well, why can't he get a passport?" She said, "Well, he owes child support." So I said, "Well, check this out. Y'all gonna fall out. So catch yourselves." So I asked her, "Well, how much child support does he owe?" And you know what this lady said? He owes over $62,000 worth of child support.
So you don't need to be going to Dubai.
So you don't. So sis, listen. I'm with. Listen. You don't know. I had to count backwards 10 because I was getting ready to tell her a whole lot of things that I would have probably gotten fired for. And I actually, seriously, because I was going to go in. So I asked my coworker to take the call because I was totally offended. Now, I don't have no chit, no child, but here's the thing. This is a mother that has a son that has obviously grandchildren, grandchildren, $62,000. He can't get a passport because he's applying for a passport to go out of town, out of this country.
Right.
He hasn't paid, but the people, Miss, all of you all on the panel, D-Cop, the vets, all of us have paid for this joker and his kids, and he not one dime. Now, see, I have an issue with that, and I had an issue with her. Okay, and so they're clamping down on a whole bunch of folks that want to do and have the amenities thereof. Howsoever, they haven't put a dime, a nickel, or a quarter in the system. Oh, I love those soaps. Oh my God. See, she's wrong. I love
I hear you talking. I just thought the world. Keep talking.
But the other thing is we have women that go to jails, go meet their men in jails, have conjugal visits still. Oh yes.
And making babies
in
prison.
And making babies in prison. Now, and they won't even go see their son or daughter in college. I have a problem with that.
Yeah,
see, I'm with you with that.
He got obligations.
And I agree, Ms. TC, because let me tell you something. I wish my son would do this. I have 2 sons, okay? That, let me see, that mom is an enabler because I wish my son would come to me with some crap, crying to me, and he can't even get on the dang phone and find the reason why he can't get a passport. So she probably spoiled him from day one, and he didn't have to worry about nothing. And I bet you she's taking care of his children right now without him paying for child support. Those are the type of people who need to get slapped. I hate to be getting violent, but it makes me sick because you're absolutely correct. I'm paid, I'm not going to stand on a soapbox, but we had paid actively into the system. And you telling me you got the nerve? See, we the same, because I would have been like, hey, could somebody get this telephone call? Or I might have got in trouble because I would have told you where to go, that, you need to go and take care of that problem instead of having him go to Dubai, guys, and then he probably will make some money or something and still not pay.
Wrench,
I'm sorry.
Wrench, no, we're not going to say that, please.
I'm not going to get crunked. I'm sorry. I get a little crunked, you guys.
Please remove your statement, Wrench.
What did he say?
So true. And Jason thinks having a slave branding tool is cool. Don't bring stuff from the outside in. If you want to agree with her saying so true, that's fine. But bringing someone else's name in it with that, no, another content creator. We will not have anything negative saying in this chat with the content creator. Move it. Thank you, Wrench.
Shout out to the chat room. You guys showed up and out, honey. Thank you. This is a very good live tonight. It really is.
You know what?
She is backstage. Is she still backstage?
Who is?
Is she there? I don't know.
I don't see anybody.
Oh, I'm reading a private chat. It says I'm backstage.
Who is this? Who's backstage? Because I don't see anybody up on my.
Is this old?
I think that's old, Nadia. When Shake got on before.
Okay, but a lot of these guys, young. I don't even want to call them men. These young fathers, they make these babies, and it's like brownie points. For one, you're not using protection, so you leave yourself open for danger for a lot of things. 2, you're making a baby, and you're acting like it's like this precious life is nothing. 3, the woman, she's left with this baby. And I'm sure she wasn't smart on it, but it was still agreeing people that came together to make this baby. And we all been there in the heat of the moment and not protecting ourselves. We all have done it. And then after we did it, we're like, oh my God, I hope nothing comes of this. We all have done it. Some of us were able to escape it, and some of us didn't escape it. I had a baby at 18, so it's obvious I didn't escape it. Okay. And the father doesn't do anything. So I got left with raising the child by myself. He had a job, he had a nice car, and here I am struggling with my daughter. Here I am making sacrifices, I call walking on my ankles, my shoes, to be able to provide for my daughter. And he was never made accountable for anything. They knew where he lived at. I was on the system of welfare. They had him come to court. He admitted that it was his child, and that was it. I almost went to jail because I took a job during Christmas time to be able to provide for my daughter for winter clothes and give her Christmas. You know how you do the seasonal job?
Yep.
When I came off of welfare, I was off of welfare for a couple of years. They came to my job. I don't know, years later, and it just so happened that I wasn't there. But you know, welfare has their own investigators and stuff like that. And it just so happens that I knew two of the investigators, and they ended up in court and they spoke up for me. And even the supervisors was like, we're supposed to be putting her in jail for this. And that's when back then you were considered welfare fraud. They put you in the newspaper and they put you in jail. Well, I escaped the newspaper.
That started with that welfare queen. She did it the best.
I escaped the jail and I escaped the newspaper. But however, I got fined for the food stamps. And it wasn't even money, it was food stamps.
That's crazy. That's what I'm talking about, Miss TR.
What a system.
It took me 12 years to pay them back.
Wow.
For 1 month or 1 or 2 months of food stamps that I received.
Oh my God.
In 12 years?
It took me 12 years. They kept I couldn't afford to pay them. So
right.
They kept taking my income tax, take care. It took 12 years for me to be able to get, my daughter was grown and everything by the time. And then to finish up my last bit, I came into some money where I'm living at now. I turned in my stocks and everything, and I came into money. And I said, look, I want to pay whatever fund that I have. I paid it off because for many years I never received the income tax checks. I filed, but they always kept everything. So but he got away with everything. They didn't bother him.
Wow.
He got away with everything. Had a good job, riding around in a brand new car, and here I am in the cold, walking with his daughter in the cold. You know, so these and I'm gonna tell you something. I went to his mother and I said, please have him help me. You know, I'm not asking for much. I just need a little help. She told me it was none of her business. And this was her grandchild.
No, ma'am.
That it was none of her business. And this was her grandchild. So that goes to show you that she will have, this was her grandchild. This is her loins too.
Everybody just put the craziest part just come out a little bit, right? You all could feel that, right?
And then when I took him to court, now I was the BITCH.
Of course. That's always like that.
I went to her way before. She done had 10 or 11 kids, never worked in her life, and her husband
couldn't relate to your struggle?
Huh?
I mean, she couldn't relate to your struggle as a woman.
You know what? She had a man that supported her and their kids. So why wouldn't you?
She was a cat woman. So she probably really couldn't relate to you.
You know, her husband supported, you know, he was a working hard man.
Can't relate.
It was like,
right, exactly.
Well, he should have been wanting to follow in the footsteps of his father. You know, and I struggled all the way. She graduated from high school. She asked him for money to put on, you know, a limousine to pitch in. You know what he said? What is that? What's your mother doing with that $35 I give her a month?
What?
$35.
$35. Oh my
And
God.
this was in the 80s. $35.
That's nothing in the 80s. I mean,
Right.
Right.
And that's
you
when he
might get
just
a bag of
started.
groceries.
And that's when he just started. But still, I paid for the roof over our head. I paid for everything. And you know what he said?
If he was doing 35 a month, I would have.
I said, are you kidding me? I paid for
I would have
everything.
told him to
Why
shove
can't
it where
you
the
just
sun
come
don't
up
shine. You can't
with
do
the
anything
limo?
like that.
And I threatened him. I said, don't let me have to go take you to court. And you know what he said? If you think you can get more, do it.
Mm. Jesus.
Yeah.
Totally disgraceful.
Yeah. And you know, and she cares for her father and she has a love for him, but she doesn't have that bond
But
love.
she had a relationship with her father.
She didn't have a relationship with him.
Oh.
She had more of a relationship with his wife than she had. And not only that, in the 70s, he had two of us pregnant at the same time. I quit him because I had too much pride. She stuck with him. And she ended up having 5 kids by him, a set of triplets, and then 2 other pregnancies. So, but he was, you know, he was faithful to her. She was on the system and they were living together. So they lived very large. She had medical, she had this, she had that, and she had his paycheck. Me, I was struggling.
Yeah,
Hmm.
pride. Yeah,
Yeah,
pride.
and I
It's
wouldn't do it.
okay.
I would not do it. I would not do it. And I did the best that I could with my daughter. And you know what? I give myself, with God's grace and everything, I did a good job because she's made me proud. Although I call her Miss Grumpy because she works so hard, so she's always grumpy. But I'm proud of her. She made something out of herself. She's
Yeah.
you know, she makes pretty good money. She takes care of her kids. She makes her kids. She's an enabler for her kids, but you know, it is what it is. But she tries to do the right thing. She likes her job. She gives back to the community. She mentors kids that are having problems, and she's doing an excellent job with it. She's been honored and celebrated in Bergen County with her being, you know, a Black African American woman doing certain things, and she was picked and chosen to represent Bergen County. And, you know, she's done so. She's made me proud. She's definitely made me proud. But these so-called men, they're not doing. My father did support us because the family, he would have shamed the family, his siblings and his aunts and stuff like that. They found out that he wasn't doing the right thing. That would have brought shame. Are you kidding? That's shame on the family. And to nowadays, it's like, oh yeah, oh well, yeah, he got a kid over there. Well, do you see the grandchild? Do you help out? No, it's not my problem.
Mm-mm.
How could it not be your problem? If your son's not doing the right thing, you need to be bending his ear, and you try to do what you can do for your grandchild, because that's still a part of you. I'm not saying take over, but you know how it is, and we have the same thing with my little man, Nehemiah. His father is a deadbeat. My daughter pays for everything. From the time she was pregnant with her up until now, she still takes care of this little boy. He doesn't want for anything. And the father doesn't even call up and ask for him. Maybe he might get him once, the most twice out of a whole year. He'll do that. And that's only because maybe his sister asked for him and they'll come and get him and something like that. You know, he knows who his daddy is. We don't say nothing bad about his daddy to him, you know, but my daughter takes care of everything. And he's big time backlog and child support, and he gets away with murder. Yeah, they were willing to give. How can you become the sole custody of your child? You can't. They were getting ready to give him the sole custody of his child with him owing. I think it was like $62,000 or something like that back in two in child support. He's
But
7
does
years
she?
old.
Can she report him?
They already know. My daughter hired a attorney and everything. Mm-hmm.
Oh, okay. So she's got that. And okay.
Mm-hmm. But they allow him to get, and I'm like, why they keep allowing him to get away with everything? You know, in New Jersey they call it DIFAS. I guess in other states they call it Child Protective Services. And Nehemiah was with his father. His mother don't believe in medicine because he's really not with his father. He'll go with his father, and he'll drop him off at his mother's house. She doesn't believe in medicine. Nehemiah has asthma really bad. He didn't want to deal with Nehemiah because he got sick. So instead of taking him to the hospital, he told my granddaughter, like 1 o'clock in the morning, he was bringing him. She brought him over here. When they walked through the door, he sounded like a roaring train, and he started crying. He said he couldn't breathe. He couldn't breathe. My daughter, we had to call an ambulance, and my daughter took him and ran with him to the ambulance. They didn't drive because they were afraid of having an accident. DIFAS, the hospital called DIFAS on us because he was a pinch of an eye from dying. And they want to know, why did we wait so late? It was neglect that we were.
His mother took him to your house.
No, his father picked him up from his mother's house, who had them. And instead, see, Nehemiah has to have a nebulizer machine, but she doesn't believe in medicine. She believes in
it. Oh.
Right, and he almost died.
Okay.
He wouldn't be going back to that house. I'll tell you that.
Right? That's what I'm thinking. Oh my God.
I'm saying that DIFAS was called on us, and we went under investigation. And I'm like, he wasn't with us. And my granddaughter had proof of all the text messages to prove that he wasn't with us. So what they did is tell him that he had to have, what do they call it? What is it when they watch supervised visit? Yeah, supervised visits at the police station. He showed up 3 times, and that was it. Talking about he doesn't want supervised visit, he wants regular visits. He didn't even use the supervised visits but twice. And I'm like, how does he keep getting away with this crap? He keeps getting away with it. And when they did have him and they were taking over, because he was fighting for custody and he wouldn't give Nehemiah back, and we had to go through the courts to get him back. You know, they wouldn't even allow me to come and see him or talk to him on the phone, the mother. So we were like, if they get him,
you need to go for
grandparents, right? But the thing is that my daughter financially supports him from the time before he was born, while he was still in his mother's stomach. She was supporting him.
So does the father have custody of him?
No, he has shared custody. How does he get shared custody? When he doesn't get no money, no child support.
He gets it already because he's the biological father.
Right, but no child support, no nothing. He's 7 years old and there's no money whatsoever given. No, he hasn't given nothing, even at the baby shower.
He was on the books with child support downtown?
Yes.
Not
in my town, in Plainfield, where
in Essex,
where he was born at. I think that's Union. I think it's
Union County, Plainfield, New Jersey. Yeah.
Yeah.
Why don't you call the warrant squad? He has to have a warrant. Yes, he doesn't have license because of his child support, but he still gets away with everything. I don't understand it.
Okay, so is he working?
Jersey is very strict. Very strict.
Is he working?
Yes.
Is he working on the books?
I have no idea.
Okay, because the other thing is that a lot of times they won't work on the books. They'll work.
I'm trying to hide it.
They'll work under the table.
Yeah, well, his hours. Yeah, he's some type of coach with a school or something, so it must be on the books. I don't know. All I know is that he's a deadbeat and he doesn't do anything.
Well, here's the thing, Miss TR, but that can't be. I'm saying it can't be that they're not doing anything, or they somehow or another. If he's working for a school, he's been reported. He's got to pay. He's got to pay recompense for that. And it's something else. I don't understand that, because if he's working for a school in the school system, or a private school or a charter school, he has to, and he is on the book. He has to pay recompense.
Well,
If
I
not,
know. Put it this way: he's a coach, some
I
type
don't
of
care what
sports
he
coach.
is. I don't
I
care
know.
if he
I
is the
understand
president.
that. So
I
I
really
think
do.
it's the school. However, believe me, there is no child support. There is no child support. And we found, and my daughter's paying for an attorney and it's in court right now. That how can he have these rights when he doesn't even give child support?
But
And
that
my daughter,
doesn't make any sense in the state of
it
New Jersey.
doesn't.
That doesn't
It
make any
doesn't.
sense.
It doesn't make sense. That's why my daughter got an attorney, and she got
Hmm.
mad at the attorney because he's the aggressive one. And when they went to court, he sent one of his little funky ones after she's been paying like $4,000 every. Or something like that, whatever the retainer fee and everything, and my daughter is still paying. It's just that it's all screwed up, and we don't understand it. We
Yeah, it's
don't
strange
understand it. It
because if
is
he has a social
strange.
security number and he's working in the school system and anywhere, especially in the school system, I mean, he's using his own name and everything. They catch you just like that. They took his license from him. They know who he is. They know where to find him. He has warrants.
But this is what's going on, and my daughter's like, "How could this be?" That's why she hired a attorney, and
Hmm.
she got upset with the attorney that why weren't you in court instead of sending one of your assistants or whatever, because she wasn't aggressive. He had all these things that was against him. He does show up in court though, and he doesn't have an attorney to
He
represent
shows
him.
up and they took his license,
That was it.
and that's a strike. That's how you know he has warrants. They do that so that you can come in and pay.
Well, he
Got
still
that
doesn't.
right.
Well, he
And then
still
he's
doesn't have a
right.
license.
You hear me, TC? So then he's walking into court for his court dates, obviously with warrants, and he's able to walk out.
Mm-hmm.
That doesn't make sense.
Well, I'm telling you the truth. That's what
That's
happened.
crazy.
So, and you have and she has an attorney. So, there are a couple of things that I would definitely do.
Yeah, fire that attorney and get someone else, but she invested so much money.
Well, you want to report the attorney. You want to report the attorney to the New Jersey bar. That's one. Number two, you want to also report this guy. Okay, so child support is state. That's a state function. Like they're the ones that regulate. So you want to go to your state representative and you want to report this situation. Your state representative or your state senator, your state representative. And
He's
you want to
getting out of it somehow. He's getting out of it somehow.
My daughter says she doesn't understand.
He has a loophole.
She says, how is he getting away with this? She said,
does he have another name? Does he have another name,
I don't know. Yeah, the other name, the one that I name him, Deadbeat. That's his other name. That's the one I call him. But other than that, nope, 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 nope. And they have no shame. The mother has no shame. It's like you're married and your husband is took care of you and your kids. The same scenario.
You know what, Miss TR, you're in. I heard the different parts of New Jersey that you're in, and I have family in that, and they're elected officials there. I just didn't want to say anything.
Baby, New Jersey don't play with child support. We one of those.
That's what I'm saying. Like
they do not play with child support. Like as if they know your nickname, they're gonna find you, and you're gonna.
My daughter was up when she can explain what is happening, and it's like it's making us crazy.
Okay, we'll connect about that later.
Okay. It's making us crazy.
Yeah, we'll connect because there's something there, and okay.
Yeah. No. Yeah. Only money that my granddaughter gets right now is because Nehemiah being handicapped. You get money for that to help out with him and stuff like that. But that's it. What they call that SSI or whatever that she gets for him. That's it.
Okay.
That's
And
it.
and these are very legit circumstances that people go through on a day-to-day basis. And our folks need to just need to help each other to navigate how do you fight this situation. And I mean, I can't even begin to tell you all the people that come in for various situations. And I mean, we go tooth and nail. I go as far as reporting them to Donald Trump. Serious. And I get a response. But you have to know how to fight, and you gotta, attorneys and all of that. It's a whole gobbledygook of stuff. Um, but yeah,
And
I
it just
just yeah,
makes us crazy. It just makes us crazy. It
of
really
course,
does.
and
It's like, and like,
a lot of money.
the panel knows how I am about my great grandson, and he's always stuck up around me, and I need a break sometimes too. And it's like,
Let
wow.
me ask you, he's autistic. Are
Mhm.
there are a lot of autistic organizations? So are you all a part of? Do you all have different autistic organizations that he's a part of?
No, no, no. My granddaughter is in total denial.
Okay, so
Hmm.
let me say this to you, that we have an autistic society here. And let me tell you something. This sister that's here, she created this society, and they are doing things. They put money, helping out people, that need help, and respite and things of that nature. Oh yeah. Oh, they're out there. A lot of the autistic organizations, but the bottom line is, the way that you'll get blessed with some things is if you gotta admit, and you gotta say, listen, these are my circumstances, and where are the resources? Like, if
Well,
she's in denial, then nobody can help.
like Monday, he
True.
got in trouble in school because he hit another kid. And the thing is they have him in regular school and they just pull him out for certain things. And I told my granddaughter he needs to go to school with like-minded kids, not to be in the
Norman S. Ware is
mainstream.
a great school. Did she doesn't like Norman S. Ware?
I don't
Norman's great.
know. This is what they told her, that he's not considered um he's autistic, but some kind of terminology they use. So they put him in there and they just pull him out. He stems, okay, and he stems very heavily. And what I think what was happening is that when he starts to stem, if you try to stop him, he gets very aggressive. So now they're getting security on him to do, and I'm so afraid that they're going to hurt him. And with autistic kids, you can't touch them or restrain them because it triggers. It's a bad trigger, and
Is
I
it
think
the
he needs to
stigma of
be.
having a child with autism? Is that it? Because I know there are like two great schools in that town for children like that,
They
especially
convinced
Norman S.
Nadia.
Ware.
They convinced her that the school that he goes to, which to me is for regular kids, mainstream kids. And they said, "Oh no, he gets in class, and we know that he has autism, and we'll just pull him out for certain classes." But he's always getting in trouble with being aggressive. And I'm saying,
That's sad.
Are you touching him when he's stemming? Because even I can't touch him when he's stemming because he'll get aggressive, he'll hit, his respond, and you'll hear him sometimes in the background. You might hear me say, "Okay, calm down." That's because he gets real crazy and he'll start really doing. I go, "Nehemiah, calm down, come on." But if I touch him, he automatically becomes very aggressive. He goes, "I need to stem," and I think the stemming,
He
um,
says it.
yes, he tells you he needs to stem. And I think the teachers or the instructors, it's a distraction. It must be distraction with other kids and they can't
Oh
handle
wow.
it. And they try to get his attention and they do things and he becomes very aggressive.
Yeah.
I believe that he needs to be in school with like minded children with special instructors and teachers that are
Right.
trained how to
Yeah.
deal with him, because he keeps
Absolutely.
getting in
'Cause
trouble.
he's a great baby. He's a great, well, not, he's not, you know what I mean?
He's a yeah.
He's
He
so
keeps
sweet.
getting in trouble for being aggressive, and I said, I bet you they're touching him when he's stemming, and they're
Mhm.
trying to stop him. And you know you cannot confine or touch
Miss
a child that has autism like that.
Miss TR, do they have like an ART or IEP for your son set up?
They my grandson, yes, when he was in the kindergarten, they said they can't do anything. But now that he's in
What?
first grade, they had evaluated
IEP in
they
kindergarten.
had evaluated him, and my granddaughter won't listen. I keep telling her, "You're not a doctor. I know what they told me. He's not one of those kids
She's
that are
doing
like,
him a disservice.
she'll
I'm
say,
sorry.
it's not like he's one of those kids that are all," she uses the R word, the retarded world.
Oh, so yeah, she has an issue. She thinks, but being autistic isn't retarded. I mean,
Yeah.
Not at all.
it's really
Not at all.
unfortunate that she sees it that way, because she's hurting her baby more than she knows, and that he's 7 years old already. He's falling back already right now because she's wasting time. Because at this point in his life, he's a sponge. They're all sponges, but when they're autistic, they are special children because they think faster, they move faster, their mind is always going somewhere. If you nurture that, you put him around like-minded children and teachers in small settings, he will be able to thrive. And maybe one day you won't even notice that. But you know what I mean? She has to get a grip on the word. She's thinking retarded. That's really hurtful to hear. And two, autistic, as a mother, she has to be the first person to you know what I'm saying, to cultivate and nurture that child into something because one day she's not going to be here. One day, and nobody else is going to be here.
And I'm not going to be here. And I think that's why he
has to learn how to navigate this world. So if she's sheltering him with the whole thing of, oh, he's not retarded, and then you have him going to a regular school, and I know how that town is. So he's in a school packed with a lot of children. So if he goes to an area like Norman S. Square, it's amazing. And
because autism, they're not good with social skills. So with him being put with a lot of kids, maybe that's why he's being so aggressive.
Of course. And for anybody that's in the chat or even on the panel, if you're in education, Paterson, New Jersey, the school system is you can be one child out of 36 in a class, goes up to 42 children.
Oh my God.
One teacher and one aide. The aide either speaks Spanish or Arabic. And your child get lost in the sauce. If your child is quiet, then that child will get honor roll. That child will always excel, not because of education, but because they're behaving.
And there's no cultural competency.
None.
The unfortunately, the educators that are getting education about becoming educators are not getting the education about cultural competency. And then of course they definitely don't understand and know the nuances behind what the sister's talking about. There's being on the spectrum, and when you're on the spectrum, there are different types of training, and there are different approaches and methodologies that one must know and one must understand and be able to peg with your grandson. So if he's in the school with like-minded young people who have, and we don't call them the R word, we call it learning differences. They just have learning differences. Right. That is all. They're they're actually they are actual geniuses. Howsoever,
faster. You have to cultivate that. You need to
go
with that child, and then not only that, they learn differently. So they might be faster in math than the kids that are on the level. So you need to see the little things, the things that they excel in. You need to cultivate that. You need to honor. Tell them, listen, that's great. That's great. That's what he needs. And if
I agree.
I'm in a regular school, that breaks my heart. That really does, because it's a lot of children like that. You don't know what the hell he could be special in. And I'm talking about art-wise. He could be so artistic, not autistic, but artistic in something. A lot of those children are. And
look at Tony Braxton's son.
Yes, Yes.
I mean, look at him. I mean, she was very open about that situation.
Yeah.
And I mean, and let me just say this: we know Tony has money, and that's Tony. Okay, we get it. So what I'm saying is that her son, if you're following him, he has definitely actually grown out of the autistic state that he was in, and I mean he's definitely very self-sufficient, that more self-sufficient than ever. And so there is it is possible. And like the sister is saying, you just have to cultivate it. We can't the word, that R word is just disgraceful all the way around.
It breaks my heart.
It does. And that I mean, when I was growing up, I mean, anyway, Miss TR, listen, don't feel defeated. It's a lot weighted on you. I see it. I see your face. But here's understand this is the reason why I appreciate these YouTube platforms.
Absolutely.
For these reasons.
Yeah, it's a conversation to be had. Absolutely.
That's right. Right. Because here we have you and there are probably others. And guess what? I bet you, I guarantee you, tomorrow when I go to work, somebody's going to come to me about the same situation. And now that I'm, talking with you all about this, I will be able to talk intelligently and be able to at least give some positive feedback to somebody else's family.
Well, that's good.
And we can help each other. And I'm willing to help you, Miss TR, because I do want to get down to this. I really want to.
That's amazing. And see, Miss TR, that's what your panel is all about.
Thank you so much. But those who have met him on my, he's always trying to pick his head in the set.
Yeah.
And he'll sit down and conversate. He loves dinosaurs. He knows every dinosaur when he sees it.
Yeah.
And he'll sit there and he'll tell you, oh no, that's a Tyrannosaurus Rex. That's this. And these are big words. And I'm like, what? And I'm trying to look at his mouth to see how to say it. And he's correcting me. No, it's not like that. You don't say it like this.
Autistic children are very bright. Autistic children are very bright. That's children like that. You put an instrument in their hands. You give them a paintbrush. You have. I'm telling you, I've never anybody who has. If you look at even some of the biggest, most talented stars or artists, Picasso, they were autistic in a way. A lot of
them were on the spectrum. Yeah, they were on the spectrum. Yep, Einstein was on the spectrum.
Yep. Einstein failed everything. All he did was get F's in school.
Yep, because they learned in their own way. But if you sit and you dummy him down, and you do that by putting him in the class, regular children, and when I say regular, because that I don't want to even use that.
I understand what you mean, but mainstream kids.
Right. Because he needs a one-on-one. That IEP will help him.
He had that done, and they took him out of one, as they call regular mainstream school, and they put him one closer to where we were at a couple of months ago.
No, IEP, the state, because the state has to pay for that. They will pay for that. They need to. It's IEP they put a regiment together for him. They put a whole situation for him. And every class that he goes to, they pull him out where he's to one-on-one, or they put him into population with the rest of the children, but they pull him back so that they can sit and ask him, does he understand? They're going to talk.
Well, that's what they're supposed to be doing. That was done already.
No, that's until he needs it, whether it's all the way till 12th grade.
Absolutely. And in college.
Just right now. And the school system will not tell you that because it costs them money. But by law, they need to do that. So if you go down,
they're supposed to be pulling him out of class to be doing something with him.
No. First,
that's what they're claiming that they're doing now. They're pulling them out of class.
That's not all that they're supposed to be doing. Pulling them out of class is just one microcosm of everything that they're supposed to be doing. Okay, they're supposed to afford him, and there's I want to say contraptions, but there are devices and products that they're supposed to make sure that he has that will help him to take notes and organize his notes.
Agree, Miss TC, because the reason why I brought up IEP and art is because my son is on an artistic spectrum, and I had to fight for every accommodation. They don't like to see me coming.
Right.
They don't like seeing me because I think I set a precedence in one meeting. They actually had the district down there with me because I was like, oh, no, no, no. So he gets occupational therapy because
Right.
of the social skills that he does not know how to interact with the children. He's gone into middle school soon, but
Okay.
they have this program, it's called a Castle program. Now, what your daughter, Miss Tiara, may be thinking, because it falls under the umbrella
My
of
granddaughter.
special I'm sorry, I'm sorry, the granddaughter,
Because Miss
special
Tiara looks so
education.
good. You can't tell she's a great grandmother. You know.
I know, right?
Yeah. Oh my
But
gosh. Oh my
but
stars.
yeah, but some people get kind of, oh, I hate to put it like the short bus mentality, because these accommodations fall under special education.
Yeah.
And as we know with the spectrum, there is high functioning autistic, and then there's low function where, they cannot speak, they cannot do certain
Now
things, they do not
he's high
communicate.
functioning, and if you
And
met him and you've seen him, you know he's high functioning.
Right.
and
Right.
and yeah, but see, it took me a minute to realize, because he has ADHD on top of that. And
Mhm.
I could not figure out what was going on with my child,
Right.
because I'm like, okay, we got the ADHD knocked out. But then it was just certain behaviors. I was like, it was just off. It was just off. And that's what I'm saying. He has accommodations, occupational therapy. He has a therapist he goes to.
Okay.
Okay. He has accommodations he can take, it's because of the ADHD. He cannot sit for long periods of time. So when
Right.
they take the state testing, he could take all day,
Right.
all day long, things of that nature.
And
Just,
that's where the IEP comes in.
the IEP, and you have to see what I'm trying to just say from experience.
Mhm.
You cannot sit there and let them,
Mhm.
if your daughter goes through it again, let me tell you, they got me the first year. Okay.
I can
Because,
NYW, I cannot get it through her head. She fights
okay.
me tooth and nail. There's nothing that I could do. There's nothing I can do. My daughter's fed up. She doesn't even want to be bothered with anymore. But with me, it's like I know there's better for him. I know he keeps getting in trouble, and she says you're gonna keep getting in trouble to the point they're gonna put you in kids
A
with.
continuation school, which they
Mhm.
tried out with my son, is was school to prison system. They were trying to put my son in a continuation school in the first grade. As you say, they stem, he cannot handle all emotions. And children are mean. Children pick up before adults that you are
Mhm.
different,
That's what I was
Right.
afraid
Right.
of. Gonna
and
tease him because he's stemming, because
yeah.
and all of a sudden, and he's not understanding. But and there's probably is too much around him that confuses him, and that's probably, and also his social skills not being good. He says the
I
security
was going
guard,
to say
check
that.
this out. The security guard
And
is his friend, because the first thing they do is give him to security. Oh, we can't control
Mm-mm.
him. Give him to security.
Mm-mm.
Every time, then my granddaughter
Mm-mm.
goes picks him up. He got in trouble. I said, Nehemiah, why did you hit the little boy? I don't. He says, I hit the boy. I said, why? He says, I don't know.
Oh
I said,
no.
did he
Yep.
hit you? He said, no. Something made him hit that little
and,
boy.
and, and I'll give you an
But
example. And
Mhm.
I'm glad you said that, Miss TR, because for a minute I couldn't figure out why my son spent more time in ISS than the dang class. Okay. But
Mhm.
then what the trigger was sometimes, and each child's different, but you are onto something, because this goes on with my child. My son will know by detail, just a subject that he's interested in. Okay. So I'm just using comic books, and say he knows about Superman. Superman has laser eyes, and some kid says, no, he don't have laser eyes. That was like, no, because he knew the fact, even though we know this is a cartoon, a comic,
Right.
and
Right.
that set him
Know where you're
off. And
Mhm.
it can only go so far. When I'm telling you,
Right.
they were trying to put my son in continuation school, and I don't want that for your child, because when they put him in there, those teachers are even less adept to take
Mhm.
care of your child, and they never get out.
It's more like
And not only that, and then it
it's more like
becomes
babysitting.
physical. It becomes
Yeah.
a physical violence type thing that's always on your child. They jerk them around, they do all kinds of stuff, and then they want to
Hmm.
call the police, and they're putting kids in
Yes.
But
handcuffs.
you know what that turns into, and this is maybe what your granddaughter needs to hear. Eventually, he's gonna grow up,
Hmm.
and all that misguided anger, which is not, I'm gonna give you an example of something with my own son. But all of that, he's gonna grow up one day, and the world is not gonna be kind. And the legal, you understand where I'm going with that? He's gonna be out in the streets, and where we're from, he's a boy. And that's not good. He's gonna get sucked up into those streets. I don't care how well you raise him inside that house. He is in a place where most of our children don't make it out. I'm not talking about dying. I'm just talking about in general on those streets. And it's dangerous. So if it's misguided anger now, and she's not trying to cultivate it, she's not trying to do anything about it right now, she's trying to turn a blind eye, she's doing him she's doing the disservice to her own child. Let me tell you, I moved to this town. My son was in kindergarten. My daughter was in second grade going into third. She was like a little honor roll and so sweet, and all the teachers loved her and everything. My son was going into kindergarten. He started kindergarten, and he was already in kindergarten in Patterson. So I moved out here, and I never forget it. It happened to be right before this boy. So it was May. And I said, I'm just going to keep driving them both back. We only have a couple of weeks of school, right? So I'll do that until June. Then I'll transfer them over to this new town. No, my son gets to the new school, and he said, he gets to his school. He says, we don't live in Patterson anymore. They called me up like, can you come and get your children? And we got the slips and everything together for the transfer for that district. And then they found out everything. And I was like, this kid. So, yeah, and I literally had like 4 weeks left. So I was like, damn it.
Wow.
So long story short, I get them to the new school. They test my daughter. I wasn't there. And I went to go pick her up, and she was crying. She was hyperventilating. She was crying, and the math was hard. And then, she couldn't do the math for third grade level. They were already on a 6th grade level, and she couldn't understand it. So I was like, okay, it's okay. I'm like trying to calm her down. Now my son, the teacher was like, do you mind if we just, she said, I don't want to do any tests with him yet. She said, I want to let it ride out, let him, finish until June. So June comes around, and I'm thinking everything's okay. Now my son is a busybody at this point, right? And he's not aggressive like into fighting, but he will retaliate with the teachers. Like, so the teacher says, sit down, he's going to get up. Do this. He's all over the place, right?
He's defiant.
Very, very. So this was a master teacher. She was a master teacher, and I never forget it. I could not receive it. She went to have a meeting with me, and my mother-in-law worked for at the time she ran the Board of Education and at another city. And I had this meeting, and the teacher was saying, I really think that you should let me have him one more year. And I was looking like, okay, you're going to be in the 1st grade? And then she goes, no. I want him to stay with me. She said, I want you to hear me. He needs to stay. She was like, he does not have the basic skills from kindergarten to go to 1st grade. Can't do it. And she was like, his social skills are completely off. Like he's not there. And I got really upset, really insulted. How dare you? I read to my children. I'm a great mother. I do all these things with my children. They're on point. Absolutely not. I'm not going to do it. 1st grade comes. He's in 1st grade. It gets worse. 2nd grade comes around. It's really bad. It's really bad. And I was like, nothing's wrong. He's just going through a phase. He's still small. 2nd grade, the master teacher was his teacher again, this teacher. She said, she grabbed me by my hand, and she said, listen to me. I know you love him, and I know you want to see him grow, but you're holding him back. And I started crying, and I was like, no way. He's a good kid. He does everything. I had to take him to be tested, neurologist. He had no they said no ADHD. He wasn't even on a spectrum. You know what it was? You wouldn't believe. So she had me also go to that neurologist sent me to another doctor. My son, when your children are babies and they learn to, for instance, pick up a bottle and hold the bottle, you know how you let the bottle go, and when they're like around 6-7 months, if you let it go, pick it up and they hold it. My son never did that. My son never did that. I thought he was a lazy baby. He wouldn't hold it, he would let it go. He didn't develop motor skills in his wrist. And I didn't know that.
Wow.
So because he wasn't able to pinch rice and hold it. He wasn't able to take Legos and put it together and hold it. And that was frustrating to him. And he couldn't do it. His writing, it was scribble. It was horrible. Mm-hmm. And I had to bring my mother-in-law with me because I still was saying, no, I'm just going to help him. I'm going to take him home and then my mother-in-law sat and she took over the entire meeting. She said he needs IEP because they just wanted to leave him back. They just kept wanting to leave. She said, no. He can go on. He needs IEP. He needs X, Y. She put it all together. My mother-in-law did it. And she said the Board of Education for the city will not do it on their own because it's money that they put in.
Yep.
By right and by law, you have a right for him to have IEP, and as long as he needs it. Let me tell you, and what they did was they gave him, it's called Dragon. So he would be pulled out of the class for certain things like tests and things like that, and for assignments. I mean, this is all the way up until 7th grade. All the way up until 7th grade. He would have headphones on and he would dictate. He would do dictation for most of his assignments because he was I had to take him to therapy for his motor skills. And that was that. But I say all that to say this. Had I not got that help, he's 20 years old now. Had I not got that help, I'm sure he would have veered off. You know what I mean? Like education would be the last thing on his mind.
Right.
You know what I mean?
This makes me feel some kind of way because she fights me tooth and nail.
Yeah, but I'm saying,
oh my God, how am I going to get
word? I had a problem with that. That I thought I can understand a little bit. Because I'm not caught up on the word, but I felt like they're calling me a bad parent because nothing's wrong with him. Nothing's wrong with him. He, I do everything. I do everything like he's okay. He's okay. And then when my mother-in-law put it to me like that, I was like, you know what? She was like, no, Nadia, let him do that. So, but you have to be aggressive with those things. You have to, because they'll say, and then, he's just acting up or he has these issues. Let's put him into this regular class. Or
that's what she's going with, Nadia. She goes to, all he needs to do is pay attention in class and then he wouldn't have these issues. And she's talking like this. And I'm telling her, Maya, it's not like that. Mm-hmm. And then she goes off, well, you're not a doctor and you think you know, but everything she stresses me out. And I see him and I'm like, oh my God, he does not need to be in the school. He needs to be in the school. And I know which school you're talking about. It's right there downtown.
Right on Ellison.
Right.
All of my cousins are teachers. They're all teachers there. And most of the schools in Patterson.
I don't know. I'm gonna have to pray and see that maybe I can find someone that'll try to get him in that school. Just try to get him in that school, and then they do all the testing and find out and just get him and work with the little bit that they do have when they had him evaluated and all this other stuff.
Or maybe start with IEP in the school he's at. Maybe they, and sometimes they put him on IEP program just for him, right? And then when the next year rolls in, they'll wean him off, but they'll just say he doesn't need it anymore.
Look, he's in trouble all the time for being aggressive to the kids.
He's aggressive for a reason. He's stressed.
See, that's wrong, and they know they're wrong, and what they're trying to do is to set him up in a certain category, and it's this aggressive black male syndrome bullcrap that they like to stigmatize.
They do, and they send he's with the security guard, and the security guard is able to come. He thinks the security guard is his friend. And I'm like, security guard, why are you always going to the security guard?
Everything with school surrounding him is negative.
Right.
Even his mother.
Yes.
I'm telling you.
So let me ask you a question, Miss TR. Your granddaughter, do you think she needs therapy?
Yep.
Okay. And that's real. Listen, and let me just be real clear. You all you've heard of Umar Johnson, right?
Yes.
Yes, I have.
Yeah.
Okay. I mean, so he has it's a lot with him. Okay, but I will say this: I worked with right. His psychology is so. He and I worked together at the same high school.
Wait, hold on 1 second. Look at Be the Difference Clothing, her comment. That's deep.
That's
deep.
That just made my heart fall in my belly.
That's deep.
It made me
What
dizzy.
did she say? I can't see it.
It said that he's trying to
for prison life.
For prison life.
Right. The prison school to prison pipeline.
That's deep.
Yeah. And so Umar said to me when we worked together at this particular high school, he because he was doing the IEPs. And he introduced me to the people in Harrisburg, which is our state capital, that are in charge of like monitoring all of the schools as it pertains to the IEPs. So the state of New Jersey, every state has their state capital. So Trenton, New Jersey has certain people that monitor the whole IEP because it's under special education, learning differences, and of course they'll transition the children into college with the same types of amenities and accommodations.
Right.
He told me all of that, and he said, "You know what I want you to do?" He says, "I want you to take a I want you to what's the girl? Helen Keller. Helen, what's her name? Helen Keller. I watched Helen Keller's documentary, and Ann Sullivan, which was Helen Keller's teacher.
Right.
How she taught her, how she dealt with Helen Keller and all of her issues. And she had to take the child away from the mama and daddy for a minute to get her to a certain point.
Yep.
And she did that.
Yeah.
I think it was outstanding, but what they don't tell you is that Helen Keller, Ann Sullivan, which was the teacher, introduced Helen Keller to this world of gems and stones. And gems and stones, much like what you're doing there, with the soaps and everything, with certain like lavender and aromatherapy and things of that nature.
Right.
All of these things trigger us in different ways. And so for Black boys, lavender is the thing to do. It helps them to calm down. It helps them, like when they're getting ready to trigger that you can use this lavender.
Wow.
And so he was telling me about certain things that they use, certain types of, little, things that are, you can't Google. You're not going to find this out, but this is stuff that you hear through the grapevine. And especially when you have our griots who will tell us these stories, much like Miss TR, like the things that that can help your great grandson that your grandparents taught you about. Absolutely. Okay.
Yeah.
So all I'm saying is that the IEP is necessary. The two sisters are speaking the gospel truth. Get the IEP, and you're gonna have to figure out a way to do it. Your granddaughter needs therapy. She needs help. She needs to understand that she's not a bad mother. She needs help.
Yeah.
It's not a handout, it's a hand up.
Right. And it doesn't
and
make
stop.
her a bad parent. Like if you say he's autistic, it's nothing to be ashamed. It seems like she got a lot of stuff going on, like what she portrays autism to be, and she has to take the stigma out of it.
Right.
She has,
Absolutely.
because at some point, what's more important? What do you love your child? You love your child. If my son was autistic, if he was severely, I don't care what. I love my child. I'm gonna stand with my kid. So
But when we tell her you can't talk to him like that, you gotta
that's
stop
teaching
doing
him
this.
anger. That's teaching him anger. He's gonna take that out to the street.
And she says, "Don't tell me what to do with my kid. I know what I need to do." And it's just horrible, and it stresses
Wow.
me out. And there's other things that I just don't want to say online that can,
Which is understandable.
but
Don't.
it's like it stresses me out. And you hear in the background, "Gigi, help me! Gigi, come get me." He has anxiety of. So you heard him one time, Nada. You said,
Yeah.
"Oh." He's like, "No,
Yeah.
I don't want to go. I want to stay here with Gigi." He has separation
Yeah.
anxiety with me.
He loves his Gigi.
And he's like, "No, no, no, no." So the other night when I said he was acting really bad, he started hitting me. He has this thing where he'll taunt me. He'll go like this. And he'll hit me. And I'm like,
See how it's growing? See how it's cultivating? See how that whole those mannerisms are it's from somewhere.
it's from his mother.
Right. And then you pair that with autism,
And the
no
verbal
outlet, no outlet. He has no outlet.
and the verbal abuse because she's not
Yeah.
in
It's a mirror reflection.
in
Like put him into karate, get him IEP, put him into karate, put him somewhere where he can like release that energy. Give him
Track, soccer.
yeah.
And he needs right. There you go.
Something, go to the dollar store and get him some things, and start having little sessions at home with, okay, let's do this and let's do that. Reward him for those things. Put him in somewhere like karate so he can that anger and he can get a lot of that energy out.
I'm not even being funny,
and here's the thing. It's about the technique, and it's also about hopefully he can be around Black men. Alpha, he needs to be around discipline, positive,
what that looks like.
Strong alpha males.
And it ain't
that will be able to teach him that discipline. Okay, because right, that's what he needs, and the techniques. I like soccer too because one thing about it's not. See, I don't like football. No. I like football.
He can't play
but that's not for him. But that's not for him.
The asthma's that bad. He can't have that.
Okay.
Yeah, the asthma's that bad. He's on the machine like almost every day.
Okay.
The asthma is bad, but he loves to draw, so to get him into expressing himself in his drawings will be good. Art. Okay. Looking into that, and
that's good.
What is it? The IEP you said?
So what you want to do is go to the Board of Education, jump past the school, go to the Board of Education, tell them what school he goes to. You want to set up a meeting to go and talk to Corey Teague.
I know, but I'm not the parent. My daughter will say to me, "How
you guys rights to go and work on her behalf if she's not willing to do that for him?" Because you can't do that, but it has to be in writing. But you have to go to the Board of Education. You have to let them know that you would like him to be tested.
Well, how can I do that when she won't even allow me to do anything?
Maybe you need to have a talk with her, just like
we've done all that, and it's just not. I think there's something wrong with her. I think she.
That's right, D-Cop. That's right. Absolutely. That's right.
Yeah, you're right, D-Cop. That's so true.
Because he's going to be a Black man.
But there is not. I need to know what for me to do with someone who is not willing to listen to me, and what can I do? Yeah. I know where he could end up going to. My daughter is an officer. I know all this. Telling me that gives me anxiety because I know this, and what I need to do is how can I get to where I could help him without his mother.
Well, first you're gonna talk to your daughter because I mean, she need. I think if you all live in the same house, you have to get together with her so that she can be on board to talk to her daughter, which is your grand.
What we want is for her to go and leave him with us. That's what we need.
Yeah, you did. You said that before.
Oh, one of
Yeah,
those
we want her to
situations.
go.
I've had that.
She,
I know what you're saying.
she
So I don't want to say a whole lot more than what I'm about to say because that's a lot too. But I want to say it. Then why don't you guys go for custody?
because then the father will try because he has partial custody of the child. So because it will, if we say that she's an unfit mother,
Oh,
the options will automatically go to
and she
him.
won't give you rights. She absolutely won't. She won't give her mother rights either.
Mm. Yeah, they'll give it to him.
Yeah.
Okay.
And when they give it to him, that'll knock us out altogether because we experienced that already. That they don't let us see him. And that's bad, especially with him especially with me.
So that's why it's like walking on eggshells with the granddaughter because you want to be able to be around the great grand.
And I need to know what can I do to help him. I know what the end card is if we don't. What I need to do is like, okay, how can I even manipulate her to an agreement of certain things so I can get the help? It makes me sick. It stresses me out. I'm not that young, you know. She lives in my house. She causes so much chaos.
Right.
That we're like, you go, leave him here, you go. Because he's always
drinking his coffee for 4 hours. I got down to the corner. Coffee.
And you drink it black? Ugh.
Black with sugar. Yeah.
Oh my
Black.
God.
Mm-hmm. I have to have a cup before I go to bed. I'm gonna make
he's at the godmother's house, so, and there's other kids there.
Oh.
And he's, and he's never aggressive. But these past 2 days, he went yesterday, he was so aggressive that he's hitting me now. And my daughter literally got her belt and we threatened him. And you know what he says?
And that type of child, that doesn't work. That's not even
help. What he says? You can't get a belt on me. You could go to jail if you hit me with that.
Ooh. Okay.
Yep. And he hits and we pop him on his hands. And we pop him on his hands.
Yeah, that's deep.
Yeah, that's real deep. Because had he not been autistic, honey, he would have been on fire. That tail would have been on fire. But because he knows that means he's around a lot of adult conversations.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, he's smart. Oh, yeah, he picks up.
Yeah, of course he's smart. But he has a lot more than he should.
When I'm talking with you guys, or if he's around, I said I can't do my Friday night when he's around because he's listening to what I'm saying,
absorbing everything. My son is
That's
just
right,
like
Joy.
that.
And my Friday night. And my Friday nights is adult talk. And it's like, remember I was telling my granddaughter, go upstairs. She wouldn't do it. I don't want to go upstairs. This is my house. Go upstairs. I said, don't bother me. I don't want to go upstairs.
Okay.
So I have issues with her. Oh my God, you would say, I wouldn't take that. I wouldn't take that. But my daughter and her are always arguing. She'll tell me to shut the F up. It's really.
What your granddaughter tell you to shut the F up?
Mm-hmm. So I'm like, I am so stressed out. So then her and my daughter will tell her, you got to get out. And she says, she'll wait till my daughter leaves and says, I'm not going nowhere. And I don't want to call the police because it's going to cause an issue with him. With Nehemiah. And it's like, I don't know what to do. I don't want to know what to do. I don't want her here.
I'm not going to say nothing else on it because I think this is real touchy. It's your family. It's too close to home. But I can tell you this. You're supposed to be living your best life right now, honey. You're supposed to, this is about you. You need to be here for you so that you can be around.
I agree.
You can be around.
And my daughter will argue with her.
You.
And we would try to get her out the house, and it's like, oh my, I know, or she'll threaten my daughter with her being an officer. I'll let them know that you're hitting on me and you're doing this and you're doing that.
Mm-mm.
And I'm like, oh God. And I
Your
put,
ass will be out on the street. I'm
I
sorry.
was like, Lord,
Pack a garbage bag like
Lord,
that. You don't need a suitcase. Pack a damn garbage bag. You need to go.
and I
That's
told,
now that's crazy.
and I'm gonna tell you something. I told her, because of my back, I can't wash my floors. So I said, Maya,
Threatening your mother with her job?
yeah. And I said, Maya, help me wash the floors. I can't wash them. And she says, I'm not helping you do that. This isn't my house. I said,
Mm.
Maya, you're living here rent free. Well, I wouldn't pay you money for this. And her mother says, well, you need to get out because they don't call me grandma. They call me Nina. Nina's trying to do things. You're making this house a mess with all your stuff that you done moved in here. It's everywhere. Well, this house is a mess. She goes, yeah, because you got your stuff all over the place and she can't keep up with it. Well, I'm not paying no rent here. I said, well, if this house is that bad, then you need
D-Cup,
to
you're
leave.
right. D-Cup says she may be bipolar.
Right. Right. I was just thinking.
Something's not right, yeah.
And it's like, oh my God, I have to restrain myself because why these words are coming out of her mouth. My mind is, it's like, Father God, in the name of
Calling the
Jesus.
police, calling the police on the police. That's what D-Cup said.
Yeah, not only that, she's laying on my couch. And, one time I got up and she said something to me and she's looking at TV and she said something really messed up. Before I know, I was on top of her and I was beating the crap out of her. And it was like, oh, and I had to go to work with a black eye and a busted lip. How is that? I said, well, then you need to get out my house.
Ooh.
But it's bad, it's bad, it's bad, it's bad. And I'm afraid that she goes off with him. I don't know how she's going to treat him because I know what she does here. And that has me scared too.
Ladies, I don't mean to cut it short. I had an amazing time. Thank you for the invite.
I thank you
But
for your knowledge.
oh, you're welcome. I had such a great time. I want to do this again,
Yes.
but I have to go to sleep, ladies.
Yes, it is late.
You're right. You're right.
Go
You
sleep
can't stay
because you
tonight.
got things to do tomorrow. Yeah, some people still
Yeah.
have to go to work.
Yes.
So,
I'm
All right,
God
blessed.
help you is
And I thank you
D-Cup's
so much.
rider.
You're always
good
welcome.
night. Oh, thank you,
Good
Miss
night.
TR. Good night,
Yeah.
you guys.
Good night.
Good
Good
night.
night.
Good night, sis.
Take care.
You
Okay.
too. Thank you.
And it's like
Yeah.
it's rough for me. It's truly that rough for me. I struggle. I really struggle. And I want the best for Nehemiah, not
Of
only
course
with
you
school,
do.
but
Yeah.
I don't want her to go off with him and something bad happen. And the first thing was there to say, well, if you knew this was up, why didn't you do this? Why
Right.
didn't you do that? And it becomes a catch-22 with me, and
Right. Right.
it stresses me out. It stresses me out. So where I get therapy because I'm so stressed out.
That's
So
not good, Miss TR. That's not
yeah,
good
so
at all.
that's what I'm going through. So
Yeah.
it's like, and I know people say, why the great grandson is always with her? Where's the daughter? She out with her friends. And if she got her own apartment, I'm sure her friends will be hanging out, drinking, smoking, doing whatever they're doing all around him. He has asthma. My daughter says, well, then she'll get in trouble. And it's like, oh, well. And she goes, well, then I guess you'll get in trouble. And my mind is like, why wait for that to happen? Why can't we just find a way to keep him and she can go on about her business? She can even keep his money. Just go.
Mm.
Just go. We'll handle him. Just go. Just
Yeah.
written right saying that we can make certain decisions and just go and you live your life and we'll deal with him here. I
Mm.
got him anyway.
Well,
Yeah.
even if she did write that, or if it was in writing, the state would not take too kindly to find out that the money that they're giving her is not going to him.
Mm-hmm.
Actually, that's, you know what I'm saying? That's
That's fraud.
That's
Yeah.
fraud.
That's right. Right. she would have to relinquish that, and then you all can go from there. They wouldn't give it to her.
But it's like,
if she doesn't have him, she's not using it for him. So therefore she can't get it.
well, I look at it this way: she'll have him, and I don't believe she'll use it for him either.
True.
You know, and it's like, oh my God, I'm like, after she had him, it was like her having what they call it post-traumatic. Well, not post-traumatic. What is it when after you have
postpartum?
Yep, and she never came out of it.
Wow. And that's more prevalent than we even realize. In the Black community, we really are not going to therapy and doing the things that we need to do because we're trying to survive. So, you know, she goes right into motherhood, and she didn't get a chance to transition. And it's a lot.
And then on top of that, she has a handicapped child. So,
and she feels bad. I think deep down inside, she feels bad, and she feels like it's her fault.
Yep.
Yeah. There's a blaming. She's probably blaming herself. And
well, she's in denial. She says that he's not retarded, and she'll say to him, "Why don't you stop acting like there's something wrong with you?" She said,
well, that's her. Right.
Imagine how he's absorbing that. You know what I mean? He hears all the negative things about the negative.
I tell her, you don't have nothing, but you don't even praise him when he does his schoolwork, right? Or he's sitting down with you.
And he probably only get recognized when he does something bad, so he can do the bad stuff.
It's negative attention,
because at least any attention is good attention to a little child.
And it's
if that's what you're used
to. It's becoming. I say, she goes, I don't need you to co-sign that he's doing, because everything that he does, when he does it, he'll look up at me, I guess, for affirmation, and I'll say, good job, you so smart, good job. And she goes, leave him alone, let him do his work. I'm trying to do his work with him. I don't need you co-sign every little thing that he does.
Yeah, your granddaughter needs help. She needs help.
Toxic.
Very
toxic. But when you're in denial of being toxic, how do you get them to help? When she was getting help, she was doing a little bit better, but then she felt like she didn't have to take the medicine. There's nothing wrong with her. She at one time, she did. We were able to get her into. I don't know what the diagnosis were.
But she does have all right, now it makes sense. She has a disorder,
right?
And she doesn't take medication for it, so that's it.
But it's like, but still, it's like, oh my God.
Yeah, we absolutely.
Like, what's wrong with her? You know, where did it come from? Where did this come from? You know, you ever, when someone brings so much negative energy, as soon as they walk through the door, you're like, okay, well, I'm going to deal with it now.
Yeah.
You know, and then she'll deliberately start up something. So she goes, oh, I'm going outside to smoke a cigarette, and we won't see her for hours.
Wow.
But you know what? My daughter said, why you keep watching him while she do this? She need to take him with her. And to me, it's like,
daughter says that.
And it's like, this is the only piece that we get. So I let her do it.
Right.
You know, and you know, when I'm talking to these guys, I'm like, oh God, he's right there. And then you'll hear him holler at me, you're so loud, because you know I talk loud, and he'll get upset.
But he's just mimicking his mother. He's mimicking his mother, what he sees her do. So that's why in the background he nags with you. I hear him nagging also. He gets that from his mother.
You know, so it's like, oh God, oh God, oh God. And then he'll go upstairs, he'll go to sleep, and then in the middle of the night or in the morning, I hear him come down if I'm downstairs laying on the couch, and he'll come over and he'll climb right up on top of me, and I'll pull the covers over, and he listens to my heartbeat, and he goes to sleep. So,
wow.
Yeah. But yeah, the other day his father's sister was coming to get him, and we said, "You're going to Dad's house." He's like, "No, I want to stay here with
Yeah, he
Gigi."
was freaking out.
Yeah, he was freaking out, and when she came and she talked to him, and then he did go willingly. But when he came in that door, it was like him busting. You know, "Hi Gigi, where's my hanger?" Because he stems with a hanger, a
Oh,
plastic
that's right.
hanger,
You did say that. Yeah.
because he
Why
hears
do you
the
think?
sound.
Why do you think he reacted that way going to his father's house?
They're probably not patient with him.
I don't know. That's the thing, and I don't think it's so much of his father. I think it's his mother. His mother. There's something ain't right with that woman.
Mm-hmm.
You know. I'm gonna tell you what happened. Nehemiah is 2.5, close to 3 years
Yeah.
old or something like that, and I was trying to potty train him. Okay. His idea that when he made poo poo in the pamper, he's always told me take it and dump it in the toilet. So I said, "You have to put poo poo in the pamper." He goes, "Yeah, put it in the toilet." And he thought it meant dumping it. He went one night overnight over there, and he came back, he was completely trained. And I was like, "What did she do to him to do that?" Overnight, he became trained to the point where you couldn't put a pamper on him. He was scared to wet the bed. I was like, "Something ain't right here." And I told my daughter,
Oh, his
she
butter.
had him for 24
She must have
hours
put the
and
hell
she
out
had
of
him completely potty trained. What did she do to him that
Mm-hmm.
put that in him? He was, oh my goodness. I said, "Well, okay, you
him.
make pee pee and poo poo in the toilet. Please put on the pamper because Gigi has a brand new mattress and I don't want you to have an accident."
Yeah.
He screamed, and he was going crazy that we don't put the pamper on him, nor did he wet the bed. And I was like, "Now what did she do to that boy to have that happen like that?"
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
So it was like, did she put the fear of God in him? Something happened where she got him potty trained in 24 hours. Like, he left on a Friday and he came back Sunday morning and he was completely 100% potty trained. And he would not put on the pamper. He was screaming. He was holding it. And I couldn't hold in his legs while I couldn't put the pamper on. And he literally fought me to not put that pamper on him at
Oh
night.
my God.
Oh wow.
So I said something wasn't right. But
Mm,
how
mm.
can I prove it? And when he goes over to his father's house, he don't stay. He might spend the night. Maybe, but he takes Nehemiah and brings him to his mother's house, and that's who has him the whole time until he comes back to me. And it's not like with Maya. Maya lives here. He doesn't live with his mother. It's him and his girlfriend that live together.
Oh wow.
Mm.
Okay.
So, and his girlfriend is not mean to Nehemiah. Nehemiah loves her. And I know how he told. He goes, "Oh, Amanda, Miss Amanda," and when he mentions her
Oh
name,
okay.
it's always a happy face.
Oh
It's
okay.
something with that grandmother, the father's mother, that isn't right. And I
She's
think she's
probably
a
old
nar
school and thinking that he's just like a bad kid. So she probably
no,
Right.
she's
tears
part
him
she
up.
she used to be an educator, and
Yeah.
now she,
That doesn't
she takes
matter.
care
Some educators don't have patience.
and she has her own nursery inside her home now.
Mm-mm.
So that's what she did, and it's like, oh my gosh. She said, "I will homeschool him." I think she's a narcissist. I really do. But
Mm.
we told her, "You have to have this medication for him with the asthma." She goes, "No, I put a little eucalyptus and something and it helps with his breathing." We said, "No, he has to have the machine." She goes, "I'll do it my way. He never has a problem over here."
Okay.
So everything is like a catch-22. I'm just like, I don't want something happening bad to my sugar booger, or we end
Yeah.
up him losing
Aw.
his life, and then it's too late. And I know it's not going to be by me and my daughter. It's going to be by either his mother or
Mm.
his
Mm.
father. The father not being responsible,
Right.
and the father's mother's narcissism.
Mm.
So it stresses me out. It stresses
Yeah,
me out.
I hear.
So that's it with that.
Look at this, Miss TR. We got 10 more minutes. You're gonna have a 4-hour live.
You're kidding me. 4
Yeah.
hours?
Shout out to the chat. Miss TR is almost at 4 hours, and you maintained about 12 people.
Yes,
The
thank you.
whole time. And I've been watching the chat. No one left. Thank you guys.
Yes,
This
thank
was a
you.
really good live tonight, right? This was the
We talked about so much. We talked about 3 major subjects. 3.
That's okay, TC. That's okay. TC, you really helped a lot. I really appreciate
you. Did help a lot.
It's amazing.
And you're welcome to come back on our.
Was so helpful. You know.
And you're welcome to come back on our panel at
she said send the link one more time. She has one more question.
Okay. Let me send it back up.
Mm-hmm. And you guys, let's all who believe in God, let's just keep Miss TR up in prayer, hold her up in prayer. And you know, just positive vibes that her family works through everything and that her great grandson gets the help that he needs.
And you'll always see him because he's always trying to pop up in my.
Yeah, honey, he wants to be a superstar.
Yeah, he loves the camera. He loves.
He said, put the camera on me. Put the camera on me, Gigi.
I want to see it. I go, all right, put your head in here real quick and say hi. Did you get it? I thought I sent it. Let's see.
He goes, put the camera on me, Gigi.
Yeah. He wants to
But you're a great soul. You're a great soul, Miss TR. I know it's probably hard because a mother can never stop being a mother, and I can only imagine it intensifies when you have grandchildren and great grandchildren, right? And I pray to God that I live and everybody else in the chat lives that see great grandchildren. That's a blessing. But you have to still, even though I know like mothers are selfless, like you do everything for everyone else before you do it for yourself, but you got to take some time out for you. You have to live for you. That's why we're going to Vegas. That's why we're going to Vegas.
And D World can be doing.
Shay says I'm in tears. That's why I want Miss TR to come on. We're going to Vegas, Miss TR. We're not walking. We're having a good time. We party busting it up. We are out there like swimwear. We going together. We from Jersey. I'm only 15 minutes from you, so we're going to get there together.
I did put the link up. What happened? She wanted me to she had a question. I did put the link up, TC.
And D-Cop's going. D-Cop's definitely going. Right, D-Cop?
Yes.
I'm going to work my magic. I should have been a politician.
I can see it's saying what's in Vegas stays in Vegas.
Yes. Well, we don't know yet. Look at the world. He might start showing taco meat. He might start doing all kinds of dance moves and stuff.
and the world.
Oh my goodness. I can't wait to see you guys together because he is funny. He's just so much fun. Scroll up, TC. She's okay. Wait. Did you put the link again?
Yes, I'll do it again.
No, it's not here.
I just put it.
I don't see it either. Let me go
it was
here.
Right. There it is again.
Oh, I see it. Yeah. There it is. It's not coming up. Yeah, you see it. It's not on my laptop, but it is on the phone. I see it now. And now I see it on a laptop. Shay, he's going to be like, dun, 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 jump on it, jump on it, jump. You just wait. Taco meat and no, he might jump out the bush.
Oh my God. And it's like the world is the only male. You know he's gonna be walking around there like a rooster.
Oh my gosh.
You know he's gonna be a ham.
You in New York, right? You're right here.
The world is right here.
Yeah.
Who's in New York?
Jeremy, I believe he's in New York.
So is the world.
Yep. He's in Harlem. That's
okay,
like 20 minutes away.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Okay.
I was just wanting to ask one more question. And that's to the sister with the soaps though.
Wait, where is my little
because I love aromatherapy and I love the oils and all of that.
I can't find the loaf now. But you were interested in this right here, this bar.
Look how thick that bar is. Like,
turmeric.
dang.
This is turmeric.
Look how thick that bar is.
Good night in the morning.
Yeah. You know what you will have to do? You will have to cut that sucker in half.
It's called turmeric. That's turmeric. It's beets. Turmeric, beets, and charcoal.
Oh,
that's all that.
Yeah, then I piped the little orange on top. But this one, I have a loaf somewhere. This one just got beat up, been sitting around. And I used my own here, I pulse oranges. And I dry them out. I don't know if you can
How do you dry them out? You have
I have a dehydrator.
You have a dehydrator? Okay.
Yep. I literally sit with gloves and I peel all my oranges. And I give my dad my oranges, and then or I make juice with it, and then I'll dry it out. It takes like maybe 3 days, and then I pulse it. So that's what I have. And then those like pieces like this, I use as embeds and stuff like that. Yeah.
Oh, so you don't grind them and put them in the soap?
Yeah, I grind. Yeah, that's grind. That's see it. The pottery. See that?
Mm-hmm.
Yes. Oh, okay. Yes.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
And so
I don't know if you can see those herbs. Yeah.
Yes.
Like the mint and moringa. I don't grow moringa. This moringa is actually from Africa. That moringa is from Africa. It could
Where do you get your vanilla from?
What vanilla? I don't have any vanilla.
Oh, okay.
I have it. The essential. I have vanilla, like the oil, but I also have I used to have some Madagascar beans, but I think I used them. So I don't
let me
have
ask you a question. So it's the soap, and what does it? It's like a package. So it's the soap, and what else comes along with it, or different?
Oh no! So I have I just started last month, and it sold out really fast. So I'm gonna do it again. It was the 6 bars. So it's a box like this.
Okay. Okay.
Well, not exactly, because this label killing me. So I'm waiting for some other label. But it's gonna be a box like this with 6 bars inside. So last month it was a free roll-on. The roll-on came with it, and I gave another item on top of that. So it was 6 bars, a Sina glider, a roll-on, like.
And that's an oil. That's like a perfume oil. Smells so nice.
Really? Oh my gosh.
Mm-hmm. I put it on when I did my review, and later on that day I was laying across the couch, and this is all I kept doing.
It would be like 6 bars here.
I kept smelling myself.
And it would be like, this is a if you can see, that's lemongrass and a little bit of cedar inside of here. Wait,
okay.
Where is it? Oh Jesus. Okay. This is horrible. I can't really see. But that's a roll-on. That's a roll-on. And this one is He's So Crazy. That's to this bar here. Yeah.
I love it. I love these colors. I love all of that. So is it 6 different bars or
6 different bars? I try not to repeat bars. But it's 6 bars, a roll-on, and then it was a bonus gift. But this time I don't know what I'm gonna do, but I think I'm gonna do the 6 bars again because it went really well with everyone.
Mm-hmm. Okay. All right. I did get your I have your information. So I'm gonna go.
Yeah, yes. and you go online and you look for her surprise. It's called a surprise box.
Me box. Yep, surprise me box. So it would surprise me. It was that was actually February. Was that February? Yeah, that was February. It started at the end of February. So I just sold out. So these bars I'm gonna add into the box, and I have 2 more to make. I'm gonna make peppermint. And then I'm thinking about a vanilla bar, but I don't know because I have it's actually a bourbon. It's a vanilla bourbon scent.
Right.
Now, if you go on my I take it that you are subscribed to me. If you go look on my videos, you'll see I did 2 reviews on 2 different topics.
Yep.
And I show you each one, or you can go to Depop. You can go to Tita Talks. Are you with Tita Talks?
Well, if she goes to my channel where it says reviews.
Oh yeah.
That will give not me. That will give you the view. So it'll take her straight to your channel. So it'll take her straight to everyone who did the review.
Okay.
Yeah.
On the boxes, yeah, that we received. Yeah.
Listen, I
And I'm gonna
can
do it.
tell.
I'm gonna do. I might even think about doing one tomorrow. I'll set it up in my kitchen, and what I'll do is show you how it soaks up. You know, it lathers certain soaps and
Yes.
stuff like that.
Yeah.
You can see the lather, how it lathers. I want to do it with my washing of my face, how it makes my face
Yeah.
feel, and how it lathers up, and I'll do that so you can see what soap I use. And with me being a woman of mature age, how it makes my skin feel, because your age has a lot to do with how soap reacts to your
Smells
skin.
so good. Look at
Now
that.
let me tell you, Miss TR. Oh, I love it. Miss TR, your skin, oh, that's beautiful. I love it.
Yeah.
Your skin and decop skin look amazing, honey.
Really?
Decop look like Decop will never age. And Miss
I look
Tiara
at her
was
skin.
gorgeous. Yeah.
Really? Because you know what? I don't wear any face makeup. You'll see me with a little lippy on, and you know I pull my eyelash
This
off, and I
mascara,
wear eyelashes.
mascara and his eyeliner.
But I can tell it's the moisture, that moisture that's in your skin.
Yep.
You and Decop. I mean, as a matter of fact, I'm gonna get something from my mom, because you know my mom is 79 and she just retired, and she's one of those. She's got to do her face. She's got to have, you know, she has a face regimen, and you know, back in the day, Fashion Fair was her thing. So she would have something.
Oh wow!
Yeah.
Yeah, the pink covers.
Night. She had a night regiment and a day regiment, you know, the whole thing. But she likes these things here. And I know she likes honey. 4
hours.
Oh, there it is.
There it is.
First
you know what? Yeah, but what I'm trying to do, I need to find a moisturizer, affordable moisturizer. That's what I want to be able to find.
Is your skin oily? Do you have oily skin, dry skin?
Well, not only certain.
Is your skin all right? Like as far as so you basically don't have any oil issues. Use coconut oil.
Boom.
Do you know why? Because coconut oil is not. Coconut oil isn't moisturizing. People think it is. It's not.
It dries white on my skin.
But it's good on the face.
Yes.
It's a breathable oil.
Yes.
That absorbs into your pores. It doesn't clog, so you won't get blackheads. You want to use oils like that. If you were a super dry person, there's different oils. You're a dry person, get yourself a bottle of castor oil.
Okay, because you know what?
Oil or olive oil.
Sometimes I'm oily around here, and sometimes I'm dry. Like I found out that I had some blackheads, and it's like,
then you have oily skin.
I have blackheads right here.
It's oily skin.
That's oily skin then. So then you need to use a good black soap. You should use a good black soap to pull out to at least pull it out and dry it out.
On my face or just here?
I would use it all over the face. If it's in your T-zone, it's all over your face.
It's on my nose for sure.
I would use a really light, oil that's not too heavy. So coconut oil is good because it is drying. Because then you need that.
And exfoliate, because if you exfoliate
not too often because
right,
we tear layers of skin off as we get older, especially even young. If you just keep exfoliating, if you exfoliate like 2 to 3 times a week, is no go. You don't do it. Maybe like once every couple of weeks. It has to be.
It has to be around here because this is where this is like, even now it's like I don't feel the oil, but I feel it right here. And then sometimes my nose is dry and it peels.
Yeah, but that's also weather too. You know what I mean? Like that's weather, that's hormones, that's changes of the day. Yeah, right. And stress. Yeah. So some things, I mean, it's just you got to go with the flow. Just make sure
try it and see what
detoxing product. Pull out impurities out the face. I would stick for you. I would use a little dab of olive oil. A little dab. I try both. Try olive oil first. See how you like that on your skin when you wake up. Put it on at night. And then also try coconut oil at night. See how you like. Try it separately.
Yeah,
One is
I have to, but I have to wash it off
acids. Yeah.
in the morning.
Mm-hmm.
So as far as your bar of soap, what would you recommend?
Oh, these are for face. The oatmeal is great. The matcha green tea is great. Matcha green tea has green.
I don't have that in the package. I don't have that in my package.
You don't have the matcha black. It's a black bar.
Mm-mm.
Girl, that black soap ain't no joke. Cause let me tell you,
I'm gonna have to put it on the next special.
That coconut milk. You do have the aloe. I think you have aloe. That's good too. I blend it. Yeah, that's this book. That's this one. And if you see it in I opened it up for somebody here. But see how I fill it back. When it's not labeled, I fill them all up like that. But you see that? That's aloe vera, that's cucumber, and that's coconut milk. I have a video up where I made this. That's that real long. I said I didn't want to do these videos anymore because it was an hour. It's too long because I didn't know how to edit. But this is good. It has kaolin clay inside.
And what's the name of that?
This one is the one you have. It's the aloe.
I have to check. I'm gonna check milk.
It says aloe.
I'm gonna remember. As long as it says aloe, I'll remember which one it is. Yep. I got. You know what? I got 2 boxes. I got one that I purchased myself and one that was gifted to me from the world.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I tell you what, your face looks fabulous. It really does. It really does. And listen, let me tell you though, but that black soap, let me say something. That black soap is no joke. I used it just like the sister said, don't use it too often. Don't exfoliate all the time. Well, I call myself exfoliating all the time. And I was raw, okay? I was a raw puppy. So I was raw all over. Okay, so that black. Anyway, I want that pink and green. That's the jasmine, right?
Yeah, that AKA. I knew it.
Girl, listen. No. Listen.
The AKA.
Listen to me. You need to come to Philly. You know the AKA Boulay is here in July.
Oh, wow.
And let me tell you, when I get mine, I'm gonna share it with with my mentors who are AKAs. I'll share it with them.
Wow.
I might, and then because they're gonna talk. So listen. If you come here and just sell, you just sell those pink and green things, and then of course then they'll be wanting to know what else you got. You know what I'm saying?
Right. Okay. Yeah, we definitely have to connect.
I'll find out because they're gonna have the vendors and stuff like that.
Right.
I'm telling you,
jasmine flowers look like this, right? This is what a jasmine flower look like, right?
Oh my stars, yes.
So it's very pretty, but that's real jasmine. Now,
you grow that in your yard, Nadia?
No, not this jasmine. No. I have a organic distributor that I get this from. That he has. It's a big factory, actually. It's somebody who has a whole farm, but it's in California. Yeah.
Nice. Yeah. So let me see that pink and green soap again.
So the pink and green, my mother-in-law loves the jasmine. She loves the jasmine oil.
You know what that looks like? I'm gonna tell you. It reminds me that you be sitting at a tea party with the hat and with the white gloves at a tea party. It's like it's so dainty.
Right.
Yes.
So she was like, I'm going. She had somewhere to go. She had somewhere to go with her AKA. She meets them once a year. And she's much older, right? So I got to see her like all dressed up and the pearl. I thought it was so dope. And she's so she was like, I gotta go and she wants to give the younger AKAs. I think something just happened. She wants to do something for them. I know she loved jasmine and it started with her. So I started that pink and green. I started the pink and green with the jasmine, and it just took off. So I was like, I always have to do jasmine and pink, either pink and white, or I'll drop a little green in there. So she goes crazy when I put the green.
Of course. Of course.
Mhm.
Those girl,
Yeah.
I can't wait.
Yep. I'm gonna put it inside the boxes.
Okay.
Oh, these are deltas. Shay said,
I knew that was coming. I knew it. I knew it. I knew that was coming.
But you know what? They have certain colors, right? You could do something in their colors, right? With
red, but instead of red and white, maybe you can do the deltas have different colors, but crimson and cream, or like a creamy color with a crimson color, or the zetas blue and white.
They go super chat. She said Skiwi.
Oh yes, there they go. I'll tell. Well, I wonder if they're gonna be at the Boule. I wonder if they're gonna be at the Boule in July.
She said, "I'm flat ironing my hair, but I'm listening." Shout out to my AKAs from Super Chat. Aww.
That's what's up.
Yeah.
That is absolutely awesome. I would like a blue and gold for, North Carolina A&T. I don't even know what that would be, but I would think honey and what?
That blue and gold, that would be pretty. I did a cake in blue and gold.
Let me tell you, if you come to A&T's homecoming in October, let me explain. North Carolina A&T soap, they would spend $20 for a bar soap.
Lord,
$20 for a bar of soap when you could buy a soap somewhere.
Because it had their color.
Absolutely.
And blue's my favorite color. If you go on my Instagram, you'll see some bars I did. I did black and yellow for the Steelers. My family is huge Steeler fans. A lot of them live in Pittsburgh. And then giant.
That could be alpha colors. You can change that, make them alpha colors.
Let me see. My daughter. Let me see if I have them. Well, I sold out. Well, she sold out of most of them. My daughter does bonnets. And she did AKA bonnets. It was really cute, but she sold it out really quick. The AKAs are serious, honey. So she did bonnets like that.
Yes.
I'm going to tell you a story about this, because I don't usually tell people a lot about my personal life, but this design is artwork, right? Can you see it?
I see it.
It is
beautiful.
That's my brother. My brother is an artist. He's an artist. If you've ever been on a cruise line, Royal Caribbean, or the Hyatt hotels all around the United States, and you see the artwork, you see the patterns on the floor and the walls and things like that, that's my brother.
Oh my stars. Really?
That's my brother. Yep. So this I'm trying to find like a line of it. Okay.
What's the inside? What is the inside? Is it satin on the inside though?
I'll do that. I don't mind. So yeah, no. I just thought about it. Never mind. But this is his artwork. This is because YouTube could be different, honey. You got to be careful. I just thought about that. But that's it. This is actually fabric, and she I'm trying to. It's like that.
Okay.
It comes in like wallpaper, bedding, a chair, an ottoman.
Let me ask you, Nadia,
fabric.
What kind of fabric is that?
This is cotton, and then the inside is satin.
Oh, there you go. That's what I was. That's what I wanted. Yes.
Yeah. 100% cotton, and then yeah.
Can he make some North Carolina A&T? Because look at that bonnet. Yes.
Yeah. My family is huge on it, and then that's my daughter's little brand.
Oh, so your daughter makes those.
My daughter makes them. Yeah. I try not to, because I don't know. I'm really something about YouTube that I just don't get, and I just don't like. I don't talk about a lot of stuff. Yeah.
Well, tomorrow morning, I'm gonna be ordering my soaps, baby.
Okay. Well, if you wait, these will be I'm gonna put them in a box. Sunday, I'm gonna release them. I have to cut them. I have to label them. I have to put them in, shrink wrap them, labels.
Oh, which one? Those aren't the ones you just did. You're not talking about.
They're going up. Yep. All except for the oatmeal.
So they don't have to cure.
This is gonna take 30 days. This is cold process.
So they have to cure, right?
This one has to, yeah. Cold process soaps have to cure.
But the other ones are not cold.
Glycerin bars don't have to cure. No.
What?
That's the difference. Glycerin bars.
Oh, the MP, yeah.
Yeah, that's called glycerin.
Can I pick?
Right, Jeremy. I had to think about that. I was like, wait a
minute. Can I pick the 6 soaps, or do you?
No, they're random.
Okay.
Yeah, that's why it's $25. I pick 6 bars, and I also pick a roll-on. But this time, I don't know if I'm going to do the roll-on. I think I'm going to put something else. I'm trying to see what. I got to figure out what I'm going to put in.
Okay.
I want one now. Love buns. Oh yeah, that's Tita. Tita's wearing that black and white one. You saw that, Jeremy? It's black and white.
I saw. She said, "Yeah." She wore it. She said, "Yeah, this is one of the good ones. These are one of the good ones."
Yeah, it's solid. It's a heavy bonnet. She likes it, but she put the satin part on the outside
instead of the other.
I like it on the green side. She turned it around.
Yeah, but you know what? I did a sewing class, and I taught how to make bonnets.
Oh wow!
Yeah,
okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm telling you, bonnets are cute. They're fun. They're fun. But when she wore it outside,
that's her everyday. That's her everyday attire. The only time she doesn't wear it is when she does the nanny. When she does the nanny job. That's her MO. She has a bonnet on, and in the house is the bonnet in her.
Here it is.
Muumuus.
She has.
And muumuus are coming back, honey. Because I'm sure I want a house dress.
African.
That is so lovely. That is so lovely. And have it inside, and have it inside satin. It keeps it from your hair being pulled out.
Yep.
You know what, Nadia? I think I'm gonna I'm gonna check and see if they're still the Boulay is gonna if they're having vendors, because you have a lot of stuff.
Nadia,
I'm always out and about and traveling, so I have to look at those dates too.
But you know what?
Okay.
To have the bonnets at those places too, because that's something that Black women most of us wear bonnets to protect our hair. It's a hair protector.
Yep.
And it's good because you have the satin inside, and that's what we need.
That's what you need.
Listen, if you make a pink and green bonnet, I'll wear the daggone bonnet to the daggone thing the whole time. I will be ratchet, absolutely. I mean, and I'll purchase it. I don't have a problem with that, but I know I will doggone sure enough be down there with my pink and green bonnet
too.
Giants. That's my team, the Giants.
Yep.
Are you from New Jersey?
Inside.
I'm from New York originally. I'm from Brooklyn, but I live in Philly.
Because you got to remember, the Giants were considered New Jersey, and then they went to New York.
Yep, absolutely. They were in the Meadowlands.
Mm-hmm.
Yep, exactly.
Satin.
New Jersey.
Satin. Yep.
That's beautiful, right? Oh, I might wear that just for I might get in trouble though. We already under martial law.
I'm about to say that. Yeah.
I'm trying to get picked up for real. No, that's okay. I can't do that.
Oh my goodness. Yeah. But her website is docbonds.com.
It's what?
Docbonds. Let me see if I could type it in. I can't type it in here. Let me see.
Oh, you could text me it.
I'm putting it in the chat, Doc. Bonds.
This is great. This is perfect.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and there's a need. The soap
Yes.
and the hair bonnets.
You better believe it. I'm gonna definitely share it with my mom.
Yeah. This was a fun live. Oh my gosh. I had a good time. And you know what? You still have 7 people. Do you wait? Let me see. 7? Let's see. No, you have 11 people.
Oh, so I gained a few.
11 people, 4 hours and almost 20 minutes, 4 hours, 20 minutes later.
Smash the like button.
Yes.
Please do. And I thank you.
You have 19 thumbs up.
Cool.
Wow. Okay.
Come on. You got 573 subscribers. You're moving.
I got what? 573.
573.
Are you serious?
Yes.
Wow.
Yes. If you do not have this TR, please go and subscribe and hit that bell.
Wow. I didn't know that. Okay. Because I had lost some the other day and it went back to like 5.
Gained them in here. You definitely gained them in here. Shay say it's 12 people watching.
Oh, okay.
Wow.
That is so exciting.
That is so, yeah, still, look,
yeah.
Still listening. Love you all. We love you too. Super chat is so cool. Funny.
Yeah, super chat, super
joining.
Super,
yeah. You know what?
Super chat is awesome.
Encourages me to try to come on more.
Yeah, even with your grandson in the background, like who doesn't know about children?
And honey, you know, you
the hell out of me when he was a kid. You know, kids say the darndest things, and it's like, why you do it when people are around? My son used to say the craziest stuff, and all I could do is just look like this.
Like give them that look, like
just look like they shocked. I'm shocked. We all shocked. Don't even look at me. Don't even ask. Don't
ask.
Like when I was doing
he does cute things. He's not malicious when he's on the camera. He doesn't even like look into the camera. He's talking to his Gigi. So we understand when you press that mute, we're still sitting here talking.
And he goes, well, let me see. I want to say hi. Like Gigi. Ellen talking to my teeth, like get out of here. And then all of a sudden he goes, I want to talk. Stop pushing me.
He said, why are you pushing me? I want the camera on me.
He said, stop pushing me, Gigi. I want to talk. Yeah. And I was like, get out of here. And I'm smiling, talking to my teeth. Get out of here.
Oh my gosh. This was so much
amazing. They're a blessing though.
They are.
I love him so much.
Definitely come on more often. You should, even if it's 20 minutes. Even if it's 20 minutes, you get your watch time up, and then all these people, you have over 10 people watching. They'll come back. They'll be here every time you come in. They're gonna come back. They're gonna come back.
Well, don't forget this coming Friday.
Like a really dope panel. Like today, you had CC came through. And
I thank you.
Came through. Yeah,
I appreciate. I appreciate the forum and the transparency. You know, both of you, all of you, all sharing your story is in and of itself a blessing. And I think that once we start sharing our stories and helping each other, you know, to solve problems.
Yes.
Then you're gonna be very, very much in demand. All of you all are gonna be in demand, and people are gonna look to you all for you're the women of wisdom solving problems. Not you know, this other stuff, it can be second fiddle, but you know, this right here, the soaps, the all of that, the like you said, the bonnets, the stuff that we need for our hair to keep our hair. It's a lot of alopecia going on, and you know, it's a lot of that.
Yeah, and the skin, and not only that, you know, when I do the review of the soap, I'm gonna let people know that I am a stage 3 breast cancer survivor, and how my skin had changed, and the stuff that I'm gonna be using, you know.
There you go.
Right.
There you go.
Right.
So keep up the good work and the
Yeah.
consistency and the positive. God wants us to do. This is your mission. That you're on assignment.
That's right. You hear that, Miss TR?
You're on assignment, and it's not by mistake.
Mhm.
It's not by coincidence.
Yep.
You know.
That
And
is
when your great grandson gets ready to go to college, I'll be here to help him transition so he can get all the things that he needs
Amen.
to have, and he'll be fine.
Mhm.
Amen.
And your son too, Nadia, because I love helping young people get to college.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
Yes, I love it.
Yes, because I think I seen you in Joyce's
Yes.
all right,
Okay.
giving her good advice.
Mhm.
With
Beauty, what is it called? Beauty by Joyce or something like that.
And I like to help the parents navigate through the process. So, but this right here is the IEP, and transitioning into college is very, very important. So I appreciate the fact that all of you
hearing about it.
Right, you all know about it, and now we can start Miss TR on her journey, hopefully with at least having a conversation with your granddaughter.
Absolutely.
Okay, that's all. Just we're gonna get started one day at a time, one step at a time. Okay, it's gonna be all right.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
This was the best panel. This was the best panel. I had a ball. 4 hours.
I enjoyed. I spoke knowledge and I also received it. So it was good.
Yep.
All right, ladies, I'm gonna go because I have to be up.
Yes, me too.
Okay, you have a good night.
And I have to walk out of here and go into my house, and I'm afraid it might be a raccoon out there. So now I have to run with my laptop, my phone, and my slippers. And my slippers are not the same slippers. So I got 2 different slippers on, and my husband's socks. Yeah.
A raccoon. Watch out for the raccoon.
I'm from the hood. When I go out that door, I'm going to be screaming and singing loud. I sing really loud when I'm scared. So I'm like, oh, no. Just in case the killer, a raccoon, or a rat is out there. They're going to hear me.
That's right. All right, ladies. Good night. And good night.
Stay blessed, everybody.
Thanks
Stay blessed.
Okay. We got 5 more minutes. 5 more minutes.
5 more minutes? Okay, you want to do 5? Okay.
Yeah, and then I'm gonna shut it down. I think I'm gonna do the soap tomorrow. So
it looks like Jeremy said that he did their milk.
And how did it turn out, Jeremy?
Yeah, Shay. I get loud outside. You're gonna know I'm coming because I want to know you're coming.
Okay. He said, where does he say that? He said, Jeremy, or he was, yes, I am a cancer survivor. Almost 9 years now. Oh, so you did the rice exactly
did it.
I told you. Would you grab the panel for the next 3 minutes and tell us about your experience about the rice milk, please?
It was, Shay. It was.
Jeremy, just come up and just explain how, because people really need it because it's better than cow milk.
My dentist tightened my braces and my mouth is so tight.
Do you have to take Tylenol for it?
It's only at night, like around now. It's really, really tight. I don't know why. I don't take anything for it though. It goes away, but it's just so tight. It feels like everything is just. I can't wait. I got like 6 more weeks and braces are coming off.
Yeah, well, anyway, it doesn't look like Jamie's going to come up. He just says that he loves it.
Oh, Jeremy,
yeah. And I'm glad because I think Love Blake said it tasted like oatmeal or whatever. But what? She says she follows the directions. But I'm telling you, you really have to strain it.
Yeah.
Rice is like tofu. It'll blend in whatever. Season that, but you have to strain it to get the pulp out.
Jeremy said he's trying right now.
Okay,
it really was, Shay. It wasn't no craziness. It's just so
Jeremy.
Hi there. Hi there.
Oh my God!
This is Jasmine 28. This is me. Hi.
Had a chance to see
Hi.
Doctor.
Dr. Jeremy.
Yes.
Thank you. Back at you.
What kind
Back
of
at you.
doctor in education or a medical doctor?
No, he's
This
a
doctor for music.
Oh, doctor
he's
for
a
music.
doctor for music.
Wow.
Music therapy and stuff. Yes.
Oh, that's right. We listen to his music.
That's
Dr. Jeremy. Yeah.
Yes.
Now I get it. I was like, I listen to you every time you come
Music
up.
educator, music business educator,
Yeah, I
production
be
educator. Yeah.
my
Yes.
little dance moves, and I'm laying on the couch just like, dun, dun, dun. That's what I'm doing, just like this. That's just what I've been doing. Now I got it. It just went right over my head. So tell me about your experience with
I made a
my
little
right
bit of
foot.
it, but it was awesome. I did with what you said with the salt, the vanilla and all that. And it was a great experience. And I just followed what you were saying. I had to replay your video just to get the ingredients down, but it was delicious. And I do thank you for making that video.
Yeah.
Thank you. And you have to really put the water according to your liking because it's very thick, like a
Thick, yes.
milkshake.
I had to keep adding it, but it was good. And I'm gonna be using that from now on.
For cereal?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. I'm going
Cereal.
Do you drink
I'm not.
I didn't
No,
try
I'm
it
not a
on
coffee
milk. I
drinker.
didn't try it in coffee yet or anything like
I'm
that. I
gonna try
tried
it.
it with tea.
I even did with this because I like strawberry milk, so I do like
Oh,
the syrup stuff. Yeah, that was good.
It was good with
I'm
that.
gonna try
Yeah.
it.
Rice
Okay.
blends in, and believe me, did it
Yeah.
cramp
Yeah.
your stomach? It didn't cramp your stomach or anything
No,
like that. Like dairy, you know,
Wow.
with dairy, a
and
lot
with
of
the acid reflux, yeah, it didn't
yeah.
bother me at
That's
all.
right. You have it really bad, the acid reflux. Oh,
So that means that's
might be a
something
way
you
to
can
go.
be using often because I'm glad. That makes me feel
Yes.
good that it helped you.
Thank you. And let me tell you something. I love you both, especially you, Miss TR. You're a
Yeah.
true survivor. And I can definitely relate to your story. Well, some to your story because because sorry, because when I was growing up, all I was told is that it was an accident. I was stupid. I'm an idiot.
Wow.
So I totally get it. So as you know, I now live on my own. I've been living in Rhode Island for 5 years. That's where I am now. Is Rhode
Wow.
Island.
Okay. Okay.
I had to leave New York because of family issues. So that's why.
Yeah.
You have
This is Jeremy.
Jasmine 28.
28. Please subscribe to him if you don't already have him. Jeremy, you're a mod for me. Can you go into the chat and put
I'm
your
going to do it right now.
other channel?
I will.
Yes, please. Yes, please. I enjoy his
He has
music.
amazing music, you guys. If you're
There you
cleaning
go.
or cooking, he puts that music on, honey, and you're gonna move.
Thank you.
You can clean by his music. You
Yep.
whatever. It's just like
Yep.
or be like me. I'd be laying up on the couch like you, like with the Muppets. And you know how Miss Piggy be laying up.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
Me on my
I was thinking when she's like,
and I'd be in there like da da da.
oh my God.
I mean, just like
Yeah.
this.
That's when she becomes Paducey.
Yeah.
You love doing that, Nadia.
Yeah, she teases me about that. Produce it.
Okay.
That was the first time that I met you guys. And,
Thank you, Super Chat.
when I first came here to support you, Miss TR, that's what she was saying, producing. I was like, that's really funny.
They try to say it like me, and I go, Paducey if you're nasty.
If you're nasty.
Yeah,
Yeah, that's
which is crazy. But hey, it's
Paducey.
there you go.
But I thank you. And I'm
you're growing. Apparently, people are subbing to you.
Wow.
Thank you very much.
Guys, thank you so much.
I appreciate it.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you. Yes.
This was beautiful.
Thank you very much, guys. And keep rocking on and keep doing what you're doing because you guys are awesome. And I am gonna get stuff from you, Nadia.
Okay. I just appreciate you so much for everything that you do. You're awesome. You know that.
Likewise.
You know that. Yep. Okay.
All right, take care, guys.
All right, take care.
You too. Okay. Take care. Now you guys know what I look like and who I am.
He's not a troll, he's real, but I already knew that.
It just went right over my head, and I'm like, oh, that's Jeremy. Yeah. It just went totally over my head.
That's 28, Dr. Jeremy. Yep.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Okay, guys. I'm
Okay.
going to shut it down. I want to thank everyone
Yeah.
for coming out. And as I always want to say, knowledge is power, and be a blessing by giving someone a smile. Okay. Bye bye, everyone. Bye
Love
bye.
and light.
Love. Right.